Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in Central Minnesota. Actually, criminal, terrible person, all the good things. Anyway, wow, I look like I just woke up, which is true. That is true. Let's get everything set up here. Okay, we're already on. Holy crap.
N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay. And when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how
all right, so they're going right for the Proctor text.
Just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And do you recognize your phone number on that text chain?
Yes.
And having reviewed that text chain
Good morning, Misty.
on Friday,
how you doing?
Did you see that you had actually sent one text of the whole body of text that's included in what has been marked N for identification?
Yes.
Yes, I saw
In order
that.
to send that text message as of late January, early February of 2022, did your phone have a passcode on it?
Yes.
Have you had that for several years?
Yes.
In order to send a text chain, do you have to enter the passcode to your phone first to unlock it?
Correct.
And so it would have been you who sent that message.
Yes.
And having reviewed the
Excellently done
of that text chain, were you able to identify which entries were typed and sent by Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Who is he on that text chain?
He's listed as local user.
Okay, and it says local user, and there's a bunch of letters and numbers after that?
Correct.
Everybody else is identified by a phone number?
Yes, or a nickname.
And actually, even the ones with a nickname have a phone number, correct?
Correct, yes.
So three of them have nicknames, correct?
Yeah, I see two on the first page here.
Do you see of the
third on the bottom. Yes, I see three.
So you see three there.
Yes, yes.
And so of the 9, we have 3 nicknames with phone numbers, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have 8 phone numbers total, right?
Yes.
And 1 local user.
Correct.
And you've testified the local user is Michael Proctor.
Correct.
And having known Michael Proctor for as long as you have, does he have any nicknames?
He does.
And what are his nicknames?
Chip and Bear.
Chip, C-H-I-P?
Yes.
And Bear, B-E-A-R?
Correct.
Come on. No, they can't.
Having reviewed that text chain, is that a true and accurate document documenting the texts that were sent in that chain for the time period that is listed on N for identification?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer that subject to our discussions outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
May I take it back from the witness?
Yes.
I'm sure Bear will give it to you.
Exhibit 209. Thank you.
Why is Bear funny? I don't know. Because it is. That's what I got for you.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I have exhibit 209 when it's ready, please?
No further questions. All they wanted was to authenticate and enter Proctor's text.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Have we met
sir.
before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years.
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You
You
were on
still
a
diddle.
text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years.
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
Have you ever looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that was shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
38,000
In that document,
text
are there
messages.
inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection. May we approach, please?
Straight into there. Yeah, defense didn't like that at all. Defense is not happy. Do you know that he was fired because of those inappropriate comments? Is that it? Is that the only reason? Are you sure? Do you have that? Do you have proof of that? Is there a document that says so? Anyways, good morning, guys. Does it matter if he didn't respond in that particular line of text? No. No, it shouldn't matter at all. All right, we got a first super tip of the day.
Hey, Nick, got an oddly specific law question. Can you explain Turner v. Safley? Also, what does it take to pass the Turner test in court? Also, Kurt has a micro penis.
I have no idea. I'm not familiar. But I could look at it for you. Let's see. Let me pull it up on okay.
Last question and answer.
So they struck the last question and answer. I'm sure that the jury can unremember it really quickly. Brennan's a cockbag, man. He sucks. What an asshole. And the way
Sir,
he
do you
says
know
it makes
if
it worse.
Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are in exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
You ever look at him in the showers?
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
Ooh, thank you, Amy. We'll take a look at those in a minute. Or, you know, when there's good time for it.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a fuller number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry. On the first page on the bottom of the page.
If you look to the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it.
Oh, yes. And then it's blacked out next to it.
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially blacked out?
No, the display names, it just lists phone numbers.
Okay. Are those numbers you recognize as the group of friends, including Michael Proctor?
They are.
As you read down that first box and go down to number of messages, do you see that?
Oh, yes.
Is it 38,707?
Yes.
Is that for a time period between October 18, 2021 and August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the third text message that begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group
Holy
sends a
shit.
message. What do they say?
Oh man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question.
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Oh, shit.
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor,
Couldn't open it either.
do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
There we go.
I'd like you to turn forward to bottom right 3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
Turn the page, please. The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes,
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
If you could turn to the next page ending on 33.
Yeah, I can
This is January 29,
Maybe, Prince, I
2022
can
at
summarize Turner
10:57:21
versus
p.m.
safely for you in a
Could
little
read
bit.
Mr. Proctor's two comments.
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response.
Nope.
Turn to the next page ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m. running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him.
And Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3-5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Sorry,
Okay,
McRegan.
that's fucked up.
I woke up
How does
late.
Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again.
Gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
Mr. Proctor's 2 responses.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
And the next one.
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
Won't be able to
What's
prove.
the name of the
That's kind of.
Canton
I'd
cop
focus
living
on
in
that,
Canton?
man.
The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3-6.
McReakins, I had a great
Run
weekend.
from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 39 seconds.
Hank's running damage
The
control in
first
this.
comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Nah, Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
What it's mean-
Recuse themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves.
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group.
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment.
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence is gotta be. And finally, the last comment on that page,
She hot at least.
the question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please.
She hot.
Ending in 3-8. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to
Yes.
say these words out loud?
Yes,
So
you
I
do.
See you at sidebar.
Oh boy, it's about to get juicy. I can't wait. Is she hot? Okay, so there's a bunch of legal chess going on. The defense is trying to get Proctor's statements in. They're trying to pull a hoodwink on the state and not call Proctor at all. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get these statements of Michael Proctor in through this text message chain and through this witness, probably using a hearsay exception for state of mind. So what's your state of mind? Oh my God. What is with the coughing
you.
though?
Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time.
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them.
No,
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Oh, that's gonna be so
Yes.
Is that a
laborious.
fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
So anyway, you need to have a valid exception to the hearsay rule on every single statement that comes through, but every single statement
On
that
January
he
29,
admits to
2022,
seeing is a
11
valid
p.m., 5 minutes,
exception
57 seconds.
if the question is what is
And
his
this
state of
page ends at
mind
11
as a result
PM,
of these
6
statements.
minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 3-8. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
She's a whack
He then
job
says,
cunt.
yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No
Yeah.
ass.
No,
Those are
no
words that
ass.
he wrote.
Those are the words.
There's a
Here we
response
just get cooked.
at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 3-9. These begin in January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yeah, they
Yes,
should
it
have
is.
objected.
Mr.
What's
Proctor
the C word?
responds, zero chance she skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
He's getting more
And then
comfortable.
one person in the
Come on,
group
Brennan.
says, no ass bitch.
No
Yeah.
ass, have a bitch.
That's accurate.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Oh my God.
Yes.
If you could turn to the page that ends in 4-3.
No ass bitch. We gotta. Maybe we should do another
ready?
song.
Yes.
No ass
Somebody in the
bitch.
group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Oh.
Accurate.
Mr. Proctor responds, E-H.
Yeah.
Nutbag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Oh
Leaks
my
poo.
God.
Yes.
Those are the words of Mr. Proctor.
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then
That's
a
fucking
person in the
terrible.
group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on. Let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the
Oh,
page.
yes. Yes. Beginning of the page.
So
Yes.
these are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
I know these are super offensive
And
to
then
Karen
at the
Reed.
bottom, one of the
Like,
members
is there
of the
really
group
shitty
says,
comments
"What
about
are
her?"
you guzzling on?
But
Correct.
it's these
That's
guys
still
that look
February
like
2nd,
assholes, not her.
2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Leaky assholes, even.
And then if you can turn to page that ends on with numbers 44.
Yes.
And this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24. Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr. Proctor,
No,
but you're still friends with him?
I am.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
Absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
So the answer will stand. He's not aware.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the
Objection.
integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
Objection.
All right. So, sir, I am going to let you step down, and then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text
Probably
messages came in. You
should have
can
read
leave them
those.
right with Madam Court Reporter.
Thank you.
And you're all set. Thank you. All right, so I've told you folks previously, but I've got an additional instruction here. Before, and I think so you know this, and you'll hear it at the end of the case as well. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. And here we've heard it be Michael Proctor and high school friends, the testimony was, I believe. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And also here, this text message chain was not being admitted for the truth of what's in the chain, but solely for the limited purpose of weighing the text as they go to Michael Proctor's state of mind, and more specifically, whether or not that state of mind reflects any bias or omissions in the police investigations. So,
That's a good instruction.
all right,
I mean,
is there another witness this morning?
we don't need to know if
Okay.
Karen Reed actually had a flat ass, right? That doesn't matter. It goes to his state of mind. So that's actually a good instruction for the defense, if anybody's worried about that. That's a really cowardly move by Bev, though. She puts the hearsay exception on the jury. That's nutty.
You saw the other certificate court jury in the case down here, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state
Sorry,
your name and spell
awkwardly
your last
shaped
name
person.
for yours, please?
Kelly Dever, last name Dever.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a
presently?
police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time? When
you
I
worked
was
for the
employed
Canton-
there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
I don't find her as attractive as you guys do, but y'all go for it, man.
Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022, correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023. Does that sound right? About right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, Mayor.
Massachusetts has a really weird
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom
evidence
of
guide.
that.
I'll
Just
talk about it in a
glance at
minute.
that. Tell me once you familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dver, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift. So yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening in the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes,
Okay. Did you in fact respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
yes. So I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place. So I was already at the station.
Did you know whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No,
Do you now? At least
because of
familiar
this
with the name.
case, yes.
I spoke over you. I'm so sorry. Based on this case, are you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
Was he hot?
I'm not asking if you're social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes,
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
he had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Is he a ton of fun?
Yes.
Ask.
Okay.
Please ask. Damn it. Come on. Give it to
How
me.
long had you
Alan.
known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in
this
the
is so
hallways,
funny.
hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
I like his chuckle
Do you
there.
know who
It's a gentle
Kenneth
affectation.
Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He was your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Sally Port, for instance?
Ben Togel says,
So,
wow, a Massachusetts
2.5
pen.
years since I've.
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided. They're
Wow,
on
what an
cameras.
answer.
I don't know where on my memory
So,
where they are.
so has the media informed you that there were internal security
Objection.
monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it. What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes,
Had you ever been in the Sallyport at Canton PD?
yes.
What's the Sallyport?
A Sallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay.
What? What?
You were aware
What?
that the Sallyport garage had a
What was that word? Garage?
security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you, do you recall that it had cameras that serviced the Sallyport garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Okay, you're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All
So-
right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that officer.
Well, why? She said
You
she's seen
have
the
to answer
footage.
question based on your own independent knowledge.
That is. She said, I've seen the
If
footage.
you don't have them, tell us, but you can't reference what you know from the media.
All right. There were cameras in the Sallyport.
Thank you. Ms. Dver, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if you want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not, I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
What was the objection? Like, the
I'm
question
put
was,
on the
do you want to
stand
be here?
in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No,
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
no, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on a stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see it sidebar for just.
Sure.
Okay, so I want to go back to the Michael Proctor statements. That instruction that Bev gave was really, really weird. Massachusetts is also really fucking weird because they never adopted the federal rules of evidence or the ABA model rules of evidence or anything like that. They don't have formal rules of evidence. They literally have an evidence suggestion guide that sort of follows the rules. It's codified in the same way, like the numbers are the same. So your hearsay is section 800 and all of that. To have these text messages come in, each one of them has to independently pass for a hearsay exception. Instead of doing that, Bev simply gave an instruction to the jury to allow them to make their own determinations on whether or not it passed it had a hearsay exception, speaking to Proctor's state of mind, but not a single. So state of mind exceptions are pretty obvious, but state of mind exceptions, the statement itself must speak to the state of mind of the declarant. So Proctor is Proctor's statements should speak to how Proctor is feeling directly. Like I'm feeling angry. I'm frustrated by this. I'm frustrated that she's got a leaky balloon knot because she's so hot. You know, that type of statement would lay out his state of mind. The statements that we heard from Proctor don't really lay into his state of mind directly. They don't speak to it. They have to be inferred. Bev should not have left the decision on the validity of those statements and the hearsay exceptions to the jury. That's really insane. The jury has no qualification to make a determination on whether those are valid hearsay exceptions. But I guess since Massachusetts is just a literal suggestion guide on the rules of evidence, she could do that. It's just very strange. Very strange.
Yo, Nikki, I need legal advice. Is it legal to use bookshot as an exorcism tool on my girlfriend and retarded daughter if they has demons? I need that advice. Pronto.
Kurt's penis is even smaller than my beloved Goomba.
Micropenis. Oh my gosh. Let's see. That puts us at, I think, 2 micropenes so far. But anyway, so this is a really weird and cowardly ruling by Bev. She should be going through, and they should have done this outside the presence of the jury. All of the proposed statements should have been briefed, with a short statement as to why, with a short explanation as to why each one has a valid exception. And then, the state, they should have been moving to admit those statements or move to the admissibility of those statements in a motion. I mean, they have all these statements that they want to admit. Put them in a motion. You put them on a table, right, for the judge in the proposed order, like a nice little spreadsheet table. And you have like a summary, or you have each statement in the first box, and then the next box is like admissible, not admissible, and the judge can just go through and go through each of the statements and determine it. But I said that should have been done outside the presence of a jury, probably in a written briefing, because the jury has no business determining the admissibility of those statements.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage.
Dan, thanks for that info.
Did it show the footage from one of the other Sallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. It was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Sallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Sallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption. Yeah. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatch area that showed the Sallyport?
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Bumpy Johnson.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Answer the question. Say it. What the hell is happening right now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Holy
Um,
shit.
What
Did your
time
brain have to
about,
make a sandwich
did
before
you
giving
take
that
over
answer?
the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out. So I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation. I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Sally Port while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory, that it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dver, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you,
prior
let
to
me
the
ask
first,
a question. Did you observe something in the Sallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
That's it. Yes or no?
given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no,
So the answer is no.
correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes,
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
yes,
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dver, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dver, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No,
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained as to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
so we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
That's why having an
don't recall.
oppositional witness on direct is
You don't
difficult.
recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it wasn't.
As a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
Understood. As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes,
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement officers, correct?
yes,
Did you tell these law enforcement officers that you in fact saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Sallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
that was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that.
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay. did you indicate that you noted I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
You and I spoke along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
It had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the force generally at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office on the Boston Police Department?
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual for would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss a matter?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry class in the Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for a specific instance?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
During the conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
You took a lawyer with you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm
Objection.
going to see your type out on this.
What's wrong with that question? You brought a lawyer with you to talk to this law enforcement agency. Question. Just answer. Yes, no. I mean, clearly the answer is yes. She already said it. USSJ for Broly says, Nick, thank you for everything you do, bro. For us as fans. I mean, I put on a show that I really enjoy doing, so don't oversell it, my friend. Ignore the haters. I love that the crazy house was simply lived in with a zillion kids. The toys were too much. Micro peepee for Curdy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. My
Crow.
that's four micropeens. Man, I was watching more of that pizza casserole video because it's fascinating. It is just disgusting through and through. It is so filthy.
I'm sorry, but the guy with the nicknames Chip and Bear doesn't have room to talk about others having a leaky Ballon knot, asshole.
Exactly. No leaky Ballon knots. You need that other O.
Kai was right. When a problem comes along, you must whip it. Before the cream sits out too long, you must whip it. When something's going wrong, you must whip it. Whip it. Whip it
good.
Good.
Nailed it. Good job. Should have thrown in a micropeen. Come on. Get on board. Oh my goodness. We are going along here. Hope you guys are doing well. Tank 1562 says, why wouldn't the defense want to call Proctor? It would only help them. Sort of. The state wants the defense to call Proctor. And that's why the defense shouldn't call Proctor. Like that alone is reason for them to go, okay, no. So what the state wants is the defense to call Proctor, and then the defense gets to treat him as a hostile witness and drag him through with leading questions, which is great. Fantastic for the defense. It would be very beneficial. They would get to, make him look like a fucking dummy on the stand, and they'd be perfect. However, the state would get to then cross Proctor. And that means that the state would get to control Proctor's responses and manage him. And basically, the state would do what they did here. Didn't you know that Michael Proctor was fired for these bad statements, not for the quality of his investigation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So they would be able to do damage control on this very, very devastating witness. And that's what they want. But the defense doesn't need Proctor on the stand. They don't need him to look bad. They need his investigation to look bad, and his investigation looks bad with the text messages. If they can get the text messages in, which they seem to have done somehow, even though they didn't ask any questions about them. But if they can get the text messages in through, through Proctor's gay lover or whatever that guy was, I thought he was kind of a handsome fellow. The gay thing wasn't an insult. It just was an observation. The whole ability to get those text messages in through him is a much better option than putting him up on the stand. Queefer Stutterland says, what do you think of Chad Zumach joining Super Tip? #MNLO. He just said he wasn't going to do it. Did he change his mind after getting demonetized?
Just Dver, when we left off,
It'd be fucking hilarious.
About the meeting.
Why wouldn't you join it?
Commissioner's office.
It's so stupid not to.
And I want to clear this up. Was General Legal Counsel in that office or not when you had a meeting with the Commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the Commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the Commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one,
Commissioner Cox, his name rocks.
And Officer Dver, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dver, And
That's my mistake. Let's see.
What a
You want to
bitch.
repeat the question so I get that
So,
right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or
I didn't
the
ask you
other.
what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were do the right thing, correct?
Stop saying what he
I
wanted.
don't
Say what he
recall.
said.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law?
Do the
during
right
the
thing
course
is
of your
way
job?
different than tell the truth.
2 dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any of those, I'm
There's-
asking you.
There's
an
no
open-ended
implication
question. In any of those cases,
analysis.
Officer Dever,
You're a witness. Answer the fucking questions.
not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
Yeah, MVC, I don't know why she's not considered hostile. She's a law enforcement agent.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes,
The desk is at the front of the police department where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
yes, there's glass windows.
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with a suspect. This was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about 1.5 years after the occurrences of that night.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton Police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about 1.5 years later. It was the August of 2023 meeting.
When they
So
spoke-
actually 1 year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you 1 year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Sallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
So you had told them you believed you saw Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sally Port area that day.
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Sally Port until about an hour and a half after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
Who did you retract it to? Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents. The agents assured me that good faith.
Not what they said, but what you thought. Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you?
Don't lie.
received any
You're obviously
negative
anxious.
Pushback because of you declaring your memory. Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
What?
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it.
I like
It's
your
just this
voice.
case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
So inevitably, you were contacted by the defense.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you? Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Garage. Why can't you say garage?
That wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
they became very aggressive, raised their voices. And the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge you with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was. Your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route with someone who is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department.
Yes,
And by the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about colluding or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
no, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help or hurt the side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense?
So
No.
Has
Turtle
anybody
Boy has an explanation for
say
this.
anything whatsoever that
I'll read it in a minute.
unhelpful?
Like, I don't know the context of this chick. So.
No.
And they're not,
Has
the jury is probably sitting there like, what the fuck?
Did you testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shoot your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people at the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
Thank you for your time.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Okay, so Aiden Kearney, Turtle Boy, says Kelly Dver told the FBI at the grand jury that she saw Higgins and Berkowitz go into the Sallyport garage alone with Karen Reed's car for a long time. She's now saying that this isn't true. I have no idea if the jury even understands what's going on here, since they are not allowed to mention that there is a federal grand jury investigation into the investigation itself.
Micropeen.
Oh my goodness, it puts us at 5 micropeens so far today.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it. So
Who charges people with crimes?
Who charges people with crimes? You know the answer.
in
Either
the end, it's going to
district
go through the
attorney
court system. So the district
or
attorney,
grand
the DA is
jury.
who pursues it in a court
Right.
setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
Stop
Personally,
lying.
no.
Right.
There you go.
Fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it.
'Cause
That's
I
it.
contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Oh,
They
you
were
dumb.
recorded.
I
Yeah.
have an email
Really?
conversation where I sent the 2 questions
She
I
just
had.
picked it
She
open.
responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes,
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the Karen Reed defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a
No.
report to that effect?
no,
No.
No, because that was a lie.
your job as a police officer
Put the FBI, get the FBI investigation
is
in there.
to
She opened the door. Ask for a sidebar immediately on that.
Isn't it?
Voir dire her on it.
Yes.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
Testifying to your own truthfulness is
All I have to do
insane.
is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second.
Uh-oh. You can hear his voice
What you
change.
told those law
My man
enforcement
is
agents
horny for these questions.
on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dver thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Sallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
Why?
So beyond the scope, so you have to
Beyond the
keep it-
scope.
There's more to the statement, Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that. So yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right. So
What?
you have to ask differently, but I need to
So
see. for a minute
ChatGPT
what
wrote a
this and
very
bring that
special
with-
song that I want to give you. How can I send you the lyrics? I think
Hold on.
you'll love it and appreciate it. So ChatGPT wrote a very special song that I want to give you. How can I send you the lyrics? I think you'll love it and appreciate it.
You can send them to me either Twitter DM, Instagram DM, or email me, ricadalaw@ricada.org.
This witness isn't hostile because she is part of the Cool Kid Club, and I will never allow a member of our club to be labeled hostile. Call her hostile again, Mr. Riccieta, and he'll hold you in contempt.
I'll hold you in
Can't
contempt.
hold me in contempt. I have the super micro peen to defend me.
That's right.
Sorry, the micro penance good enough. You'll be taking the full shitty ride, just like Karen took on Chubbs McGee.
No. That's 6 micropeens.
Pretending to not understand why she's there is probably the most suspicious part. And also the whole do the right thing conversation with the police commissioner.
Yeah, the do the right thing statement is obvious. Like, sounds shady as fuck. Vienticus Prime says, how many peens could a micropeen micro if a micropeen could micropeens? It's a very good question. That puts us at 7. 7 micropeens so far. Family Shopping says, objection. There are other reasons for the boss to call a young new girl to the office. Also, Karen's was not out into evidence. How do we know if she has one and the condition of her balloon knot? Damn. Family Shopping. Objection. I typed a money S and autocorrect changed it. Autocorrect changed what? Oh my goodness. As a reminder, if you like these the voiced super tips, you can submit your own supertip.gg/RL. You can make fun of me, you can ask questions, you can make fun of Kurt, which a lot of people seem to do. It's still funny. Oh my gosh. Kurt has been he's been subtly fighting back online. It's great. I love it. He just tweeted the other day, like something about nitrous or whatever, and I was like, there he is. Here's Kurt. Keep coming. Come on, Kurt. I'm proud of him.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dver, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Sallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes,
Have you ever heard of by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that
Kitty Brown is correct. If the Baldo
you
doesn't
knew
fit,
what
you
they
must
wanted
acquit.
from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
yes,
understand that?
yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not
Yes.
my question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Dver. Did we read to you, were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Dver.
Okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
The answer is
comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so
I'll
no
ask you
no
a question.
comments, just questions, please.
What a bitch.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
I'm fun. I'm kind of
Comments.
fun.
I'm
She
going
seems
along.
kind of fun. I don't like
looking
it's
for
not
the
my
truth.
not my speed,
Which
but
I gave you, yes.
I get it,
Did you
guys.
also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
It's what you're trying to do. So yes,
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that. So that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
Go for it.
I don't
Next,
recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes,
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Ooh.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's the objection to that?
Have you spoken with anyone? Not Mr. Brennan. He's covered that. You spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
no.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with any people that you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
Who the fuck was Sarah
How long
Levinson?
have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of this trial?
Clips in passing, but no,
Oh, that
6
chick.
hours a day.
The chickmunk
So I
cheeks.
work during the day shift. No.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn peace officer. You don't know what sequestration means
Amazing.
in terms of witnesses? Not
No.
watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
But you
She would have
did
been
tune in
served that sequestration
to
order.
the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
Whose channel are
And
you
you did,
watching?
in fact, on August 9th.
We got to get her watching our
2023,
channel.
have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes,
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
yes,
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No,
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No, and I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke to those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know that?
Yes, I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were
Just
open
ask
and
it the same
candid
way.
about?
Yes,
You understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth. Do you understand that?
yes,
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
yes,
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Whoa.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
no,
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
no,
Yeah, but do you know one
After
is
being
coming?
shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Sallyport at 5:30 or so p.m. Is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Sallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
there is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
No, allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes,
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge
Objection.
with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes,
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
yes,
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Tear you a new one.
yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agreed that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If
So-
you agreed with
Good,
what you said
good question.
in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm
Answer the question.
confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Sally Port, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agreed with me,
Objection.
How did
would you be implicating?
it's not
the
possible you
reputation
saw that?
of two
Why?
officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around what you say on that witness stand. That's what you said, correct?
Good question.
That's what you just said, Officer Dver, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you.
Shut up. That's all you get to say is yes or no.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
You didn't
I
implicate
should
them
know
by
this.
suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed it.
She said you
did
barely knew Higgins,
So when you
but now she knows. Oh, well, that's why
talked to those
he's got an
agents,
office.
Did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
no,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
Wait, I know a bunch of guys in the chat you can protect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess, 20 minutes.
All rise, please. Close your notebooks and follow me.
All right, 20-minute recess. We need Dave Chappelle added to the super tip just so we can have him say "gotcha, bitch" when someone gets caught like this. We can. I mean, Ronnie seems to do the great job. Ronnie seems to be like he just is a substitute for any black person. Well, any black person who used buckshot and axes to exorcise the demons from his wife and child. So there's this really weird Twitter account that comments on my stuff. It's called Brennan's Fan. Obviously, they're very anti Karen Reed. And he says, "I'm loving it. All defense witnesses are turning Commonwealth witnesses." Hey, dummy, this is a Commonwealth witness. Like, this was not a defense witness. But anyway, I digress. So we have 20 minutes to play. How are you guys doing? There are a couple super tips that we'll get to. They just put courtroom static on for some reason. I don't know why. Thanks. It was gone. I really enjoyed not having it there.
The whole do the right thing is straight out of every corrupt cop mob movie ever made. Everyone knows that means do the right thing to protect the quote unquote family, not tell the truth.
Micro penis.
Oh man. No, I 100% agree. That was clearly do the right thing. Do the right thing. It'll be good for your career, be good for your job. Make sure you're up there doing the right thing.
What is the opposite of a micro penis?
The opposite of a micro penis is a super tip.
I like that. That was funny. We're up to 10 now on the micropene counter.
What an absolutely unprofessional see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
Gotcha, bitch. Also, micropeens are a protected class. Please stop discriminating. They can help it. Pumps are a lie.
I don't think pumps work on micropeens. Like, I don't think so, but I'm not an expert. Let's see. Nami says, sent the lyrics to your Twitter DMs. I'm lucky at Lenny. Thank you. Yes, I did see the whatchamacallit, the Twitter DM with the Just Kurt. We got to get this thing made into a we got to get this made into a song that, like, get it composed. I'll have to figure out how to do that. In the meanwhile, this was requested. Someone requested the Ballad of Brian Higgins. And I've been playing the first one, but the second one is here, and I wanted to listen to it again. So if you guys will indulge me, we do have a little song. Just sit back and relax while we have this time. And then when the song's done, we'll talk more about the case. It's muted as shit. Oh man, hold on. Yeah, that came in. What? I'll get it fixed. My bad. I forgot I need to move it to this tab. Okay, we'll start it over. This comes in hot. I'm sorry. So steel yourselves if you're headphone users. I'm going to give you like a 10-second warning because it does come in hot. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm staring at my phone, the screen's a silent scream. Did I come on too strong? I'm tearing at the seam. My words, they spill like ink, hey, I'm a lot of fun. But that's a heavy anchor pulling me undone. She's out there in the night with someone else. I bet I'm not too serious, I type, but I'm a nervous wreck. Every okay, she reply cuts like a blade. She laughing at my name. I'm drowning in the maybe, choking on the shame. I'm a lot of fun, I swear I'll lie for the same. So fuck up, hang out, I'm living the dream. Karen's voice still lifts me up, her harmony's my spark. We're burning bright, we're infinite, igniting in the dark.
That sounds too fucking good.
You did say hi, I said at 2 a.m. My heart's a fragile fault line, cracking where I stand. She says I'm busy, bae, and I'm a ghost again. Should I take it easy? I'm spiraling within. Is she out with him tonight? Did I misread the vibe? Not that serious, I lied to keep my hope alive. Every okay replies a rope, but it's fraying at the end. In mind the joke, she's telling to her better friend. I'm a lot of fun, I swear I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out, I'm living the dream. Karen's voice, it pulls me through. Her harmony's my fight.
I got to get this up on Spotify, right? I need it on Google Music at least.
I'll give you all the punch life you can handle. Send in waves, my heart's unraveling. I'm gambling.
Why are you gambling?
I'll give you all the punch life you can take. Every doubt, I'll burn it down for you. I'll break. Beach life,
Take it all away.
I'm screaming till my voice gives out. I'm begging you to stay. I'm a lot of fun, I swear I'm the life of the scene. Super fun, come hang out. I'm chasing every dream. Karen's voice, it holds me closer. Harmony's my home. We're endless fun. I'm terrified. I'm singing this alone.
This would be way harder than the other song.
Free tonight. I text, but the silence stings. I'm a lot of fun, I swear. The doubt's a heavy thing.
I'll give you all the beach life. I whisper to the dark. Karen, are you out there? You're the fire to my spark.
There's one thing I would change about this. Oh. There's one thing I would change about this execution. I don't know if you have the ability to do this. It should just have a line at the end that says, John's dead. Like that would make it, that's the chef's kiss, tip of the tip, man. If you can manage that, that would be fucking beautiful. Oh, man.
Per the Supreme Court, cops have no duty to protect anyone.
Correct.
That's why they protect themselves only now, with a few very rare exceptions, of course, which I respect.
Yeah, it's what was that? It was Gonzalez v. Colorado, right? I think it's Gonzalez. Is it versus Gonzalez v. something like that? I think it's Gonzalez. I can't remember. I'll look it up. God, it's a fucking shitty case. I've done a whole show on it before. Palmyra Media says, I think I seen her in the movie Teeth. Female wood chipper branches into micropeens.
Do lawyers intentionally ask questions they know will get objected to just to get the idea in the jury's head? If so, how do you guard against it?
I wish I'd stuck to micro peen and pizza casserole. Then I wouldn't have had to reupholster my Lexus.
God damn it. Oh my goodness. Yes. Lawyers intentionally ask questions that they know will get objected to all the time to plant ideas in the jury's head. How do you guard against it? You make your objections open, obvious, and consistent. Eventually, make your objection a speaking objection. If the other side is going to plant an idea in the jury, be like, eventually just say, objection, Your Honor, and then add in, they know they can't ask these questions. Objection, Your Honor, this is ridiculous, and the judge will admonish you for your own line or whatever. But there's not really a way to prevent it, though, because they get to ask their questions. But again, being very consistent with it, is the best way, unless you get the sense that the jury is not responding well to the bevy of objections that you've had to levy against the other side. And then you can just let it go. Because are the questions that damaging? And you pick and choose the objections and make them really good ones on issues. But if you're objecting too much and the jury starts to make it look like, what are you trying to hide? That can go the opposite way. But you really have to have a sense of what the jury's doing. And that's one of the hardest things about watching these trials online is we don't have any real idea what the jury is doing. And the best you can get is, someone's like tweeted summary, oh, the jury seems interested, or jury's mocking so-and-so. But the reality is they don't know what the jury's actually doing. Just because the jury responds to something like Bev would say, for example, or that might be some shuffling or whispering that goes on, that doesn't mean that the jury's actually responding in the way that you think they are. I mean, you're just all these people are making guesses and inferences. So that being said, it's a lot of guesswork that is impossible. It's impossible for us to gauge from out here. But if you've got a legal team that's paying attention, someone's on jury watch, and they start to get a sense that the jury's getting annoyed with all of the breaks and the objections and stuff like that, then you pull it back and you make them more pointed.
You honor. This bitch is clearly hostile because she's been dicked down by the entire police force.
Damn, I mean that's a little forward. I don't know if I go that far. I do want to say credit where credit's due. Kurt had a great post on Twitter, or great tweet or whatever. I retweeted it. I'll read it real quick though. I like when Kurt says things that aren't stupid. Let's see. He said, wait, you testified, but in time since you have been told it was a false memory about Proctor being in the police department garage with the car for a good while. Plus you changed jobs. Doesn't make sense dodging questions left and right. Why discussing testimony with other law enforcement? And that's good questions by Kurt. Good point. Want to point that out. I don't only make fun of him. I just mostly make fun of him. That doesn't mean he can't get things right from time to time. Makeup Queen says, is it over for today? No, we're just on break. There's about there should be another 6 minutes or so of break, and they should be back by then. Let's see. What else do we have going on? Oh, so there's a super chat earlier asking about Turner versus Safely. I wasn't familiar with the case, but I'm familiar with the principles surrounding the case, and I can talk to them. So Turner versus Safely is a case from the 80s, 1987, and it's a standard for the infringement on the rights of prisoners, inmates in state institutions. And so if you're going to restrict a constitutional right out in the wild, out in the world as a government, you have to pass various levels of scrutiny. First Amendment rights, for example, require strict scrutiny. So the government has to have a compelling government interest, and the restrictions on speech, for example, would have to be narrowly tailored to sweep up only unprotected activity. So stuff we've seen around this is stuff like defamation, for example. So defamation infringes on the rights of another person. It's like it's akin to an assault that's used with words. It's meant to harm someone's reputation, through a falsehood. So that's not protected speech. The First Amendment does not protect your ability to lie about someone to cause them harm. All right. However, if you're going to have a law restricting the use of any speech, including a law that would, punish defamatory speech, it would have to pass strict scrutiny. You would have to say, you'd have to make sure that it's not implicating or it's not impacting or removing otherwise protected speech. And that's why there aren't many criminal defamation laws, actually. It's really hard to do. It's really hard to say that you can't quote unquote defame someone. And so we're going to have a criminal punishment, because that would necessarily be sweeping on a whole bunch of protected activity, and it would have a chilling effect on protected speech. So most of the criminal defamation statutes get they get hyper specific, and many of them just aren't functional anymore. So they just let the civil remedies take hold. It's really, really dangerous to give the government the ability to punish people who speak falsehoods against someone criminally, because then they start arresting people who speak out against the government or a government official, and then that starts to look kind of like corruption. So that's how it works out in the wild. But in a prison system, and similarly in a public school setting, these are actually very, very, the case law around these two things is very similar. In the prison setting, you don't have the same level. You have every constitutional right, but the ability of the government to truncate them in the prison setting is elevated. And so the standard drops down to a rational basis standard. So you get rid of that whole strict scrutiny idea, and now it's rational basis. And they developed a test. It's called the Turner test. And the Turner test is it's just laying out how the rational basis works. So rational basis means that the infringement on the right has to be rationally related to a legitimate government interest. In this case, it would be a penological interest, which is the management of a penal system. So there has to be a legitimate penological interest. So the way you could think about this with the First Amendment, for example, is where otherwise you could say, maybe you could say a racial slur or epithet. You could actually see a penal institution restricting race-related speech, and saying that there's a penological interest because that race-related speech fuels violence between the racial gangs that are in the institution. So the factors of the test, according to the internet, and I'll take it at its word that this is correct, and I'll just because all of these things look perfectly okay. So it says a valid rational connection. So the regulation must have a clear connection to a legitimate penological interest. Alternative means inmates should have alternative ways to exercise their right if possible. But this, the if possible is literally if possible. That if there's a clear and obvious way for them to exercise their right, they should be able to do it. Like maybe they can use racism in a racism room or something. That'd be great. Impact on the prison. The regulation should not cause excessive ripple effects on prison staff resources or other inmates. And that's just kind of an extension, in my opinion, of the valid penological interest. Is like it shouldn't be disruptive. The whole point is the overwhelming penological, and it's not because I just like saying penological over and over, but the whole point of the penological or the penal system is to regulate a certain group of people's behavior who have forfeited the full access to their rights and privileges. So you would suspect that if the exercise of these things is negatively impactful to the ability to manage this group of people, then that's not going to work out. The primary function of the penal institution is to regulate and control these types of people who have been deemed unfit to be in society, at least for a period of time. So, and then the ready alternative, if there's an alternative way to achieve the penological interest, the regulation must be or may be less likely to be upheld. So if there's another way to do it, like let's say they say, no, you can't, prisoners can't have signs that have words on them because those signs become weapons, right? So there's a penological interest. Well, is there a different way to allow the prisoners to have expressive speech that doesn't violate some other rule? Is there another way to do it? They can't have like a sign with a picket because that becomes a dangerous weapon or whatever. But can they just can they create like just a paper sign out of writing paper, for example. Is that okay? Are they allowed to display that on the inside of their cell or even on the outside of the cell bars? Like, can they do something like that? And if so, that needs to be an available alternative means to the other exercise of speech that they would have. This is similar to how they work with public schools, right? Because there's an educational purpose, and that's the primary purpose of a public school is to provide and facilitate the education of a group of people. So the exercise of rights may be there, but if that exercise of rights interferes with the institution's primary purpose, which is educating children, then it will be limited, which is why, there's a Fourth Amendment right to privacy and, or I shouldn't say privacy, but a Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable searches and seizures. But yet schools conduct locker searches and seizures all the time because if they had a fully exercisable right where they required a warrant to enter into a student locker, for example, then they would be at real risk of allowing things into the school to be stored in the school that interfere with the educational purpose of the institution. And if they do that, then what's the whole fucking point of sending kids to school? So they have a broader ability to breach the Fourth Amendment rights against search and seizure. And the way it kind of works out is just an expanded question of what is reasonable in the context of the institution. It's the same thing with the penological interest, right? Like you do not have Fourth Amendment protection against search and seizure in almost any instance inside a penal institution. Like they have the right to search you. And that's because the penological interest and maintaining a safe environment that, is less likely to produce a stabbing, that trumps the we'll say forfeited or suspended right to freedom from search and seizure that the inmates have. But there is some level of cause that they need to do a search, or there should be. I don't think they really exercise it, and the level is really low. Like, I don't think it's even up to probable cause, But anyway, I hope that helps explain it. But thank you for asking.
Penological is the handling of a penal system. Micropenological is the handling of Kurt's crotch.
Damn it. That was funny. I was not expecting that. That took me off guard. Thank you.
Roses are red, violets are blue. I believe in free verse. This chick likes the MPD micropene.
I agree.
My nigga, a song. Kurt has an itty bitty teeny weeny yellow dotted micropene. That's it. Unbreaded.
There we go. We're up to 16 micropenes. Doing really well. The micropene goal is moving along nicely today. It's nice to see that. Oh boy. We should be coming back to court any minute now. Saved by Pope Ragged says, more peen jokes. Chugi show here. You are a perpetual 13-year-old riveting content. Yes. Oh my God. Have fun. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with you? I mean, I know like you're moderately retarded or whatever. You kind of told me that. Technically, though, you said peen jokes. I don't think that counts. You don't get a micro peen counter, Chugi show. Go be dumb somewhere else. Or here. I don't care. Queefer Stutterman says, Kurt has micro penological interests. Hashtag potato WO. Yes. He does. Clip this discussion I just had the Turner versus Safley. Okay, that's a good idea. Let's see. Oh, hey, what's this do? So we're still waiting for the court to come back. Oh, wait, we got to turn on the micro peen counter. Palmyra Media says, don't bother with the crown icon. All it does is to encourage idiots to talk nonstop. Well, I mean, it encourages people to spend money on the creator, right? Like, and consequently, then YouTube gets money from it. It was supposed to be meant to encourage engagement. Next month, we're voting to discourage it with YouTube managers. I mean, okay. How does it... Encouraging people to talk nonstop is encouraging engagement, I thought. Yes, execution. Appreciate the new song. We'll probably do it like on the afternoon break or something. I don't want to like... I don't know, you know, not everybody's into the song things, which is fine. But I don't want to like overplay it. But thank you. We'll check it out later. Vienticus Prime says, since we're sharing our AI music or not, or whatever, Vienticus Prime has a song as well.
Muted.
And I will share that link in the two chats. I haven't looked at it yet. Let's see. Thank you, Vienticus, for sending that out. It looks like we should have court coming back any second now.
Put us back in session, you may be seated.
So, Mr. Alessi, you're at the podium. Who is your witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Dr. Marie Russell.
Alessi! Alessi's become one of my personal heroes during this case. I like this guy.
Follow me, please. And you're going to step up and face the court and raise your right hand. Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. You may have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right,
morning.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name and introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. Marie Russell. Russell.
Can you summarize your professional background?
Yes, I am an emergency physician and a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been an emergency medicine physician?
For over 30 years.
How long have you been a forensic pathologist?
For over 30 years.
Do you have a medical license?
I do, several.
When
This is
were you
Dr. Mima.
first licensed to practice medicine?
In 1988.
What medical licenses do you currently hold?
All of them.
I have a physician and surgeon license in California. I have a medical license in Massachusetts, New York, and Idaho.
Where did you attend college?
I attended both MIT and Northeastern University here
Let's
in
start with-
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's in
Pardon my
Massachusetts.
interruption. When did you attend pre-med and what was your major for MIT?
Yes, when I was at MIT, that was in 1972 to early 1974, I Took pre-med courses. My major was biology, but I took pre-med courses.
Did you obtain a degree from MIT?
No.
Why not?
Unfortunately, my mother became sick with cancer, and I ended up going back to New York.
Where did you ultimately obtain your bachelor's degree, and which degree was
The
it?
tax vet, you better stop.
Well,
You
after
better
my
stop
mother
immediately.
passed away, I came back to Massachusetts, and ultimately I obtained my degree at Northeastern University. And what
She's
was
a
the other part of
forensic
the question?
Did
pathologist,
you
right?
have any distinction with regard to your degree that you achieved from Northeastern?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree with highest honors.
After college, did you go on to receive a Doctor of Medicine?
Yes,
Where did you attend medical school, and when did you obtain your medical degree?
I attended the University of Massachusetts in Worcester medical school, and I obtained the medical degree in 1987.
Did you complete any residencies? And if you also could just explain to the jury very briefly what a residency is.
Yes, I completed an internship and residency in emergency medicine initially. And what that is internship is and residency both are very intense years of study and training and getting experience in a particular area. So I obtained the internship, I completed the internship and residency in emergency medicine.
Where did you obtain those
Oh,
internships?
she's going to
and
testify about
residencies?
dog bites.
Well,
Love
I was
this.
interested in emergency medicine, so I went to Los Angeles because they had a very, very busy emergency medicine program.
And it may be obvious, but let's just make it perfectly clear. Why is Los Angeles very busy for an emergency medicine practice?
Well, it's a big city, and in this particular hospital that I was at, it was right in the
Poor
heart of
Nugget
the
says her
city.
medical
It was in
degrees
the,
are too old for me.
well, near the downtown, but it was in a very, very busy and underserved area, so it was very busy.
Did you complete any fellowships, and could you please explain to the jury the significance and prestige of a fellowship?
Yes, so after my residency in emergency medicine, I then decided to do a second residency. And that was in pathology, in anatomic pathology. Pathology, of course, is the study of disease. And so I did the 2 years of anatomic pathology, also at the same busy medical center. And after that, I did a fellowship, 2-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
What did your forensic pathology fellowship involve?
Well, forensic pathology training involves the investigation of deaths, usually sudden and unexpected deaths. And so, so I investigated many death cases. I performed over 500 autopsies at the medical examiner's office for sudden and unexplained, sometimes unexplained, sometimes very obvious deaths, but sudden deaths. And then in addition to that, there were classroom hours, there was on-scene time, there was time in the crime lab. We spent the week at the crime lab. I spent some time at the FBI. So it was a very, very comprehensive training program.
Approximately how many autopsies were you performing a day?
Oh, usually 1 to 2, unless there was another assignment.
In addition to performing the 1 or 2 autopsies a day, did you attend any conferences or participate in any forensic case discussions as part of the fellowship?
Yes, so it was very organized, and we had conferences on some, mostly Thursdays, but also sometimes on Tuesdays. Interesting case conferences or very structured lectures.
You spoke of cases. Can you briefly tell the jury so they have an understanding of the type of cases that you would typically work on as part of your forensic pathology fellowship?
Well, there were many unexplained deaths, so some of them would be natural deaths in somebody who might be a little younger than usual old age. And then there were cases where there might be a drug overdose. Many
Jim
cases
Haglund, we
were
didn't just have
accident victims,
rather thorough discussion
including car accident victims and other
of a
kinds
Supreme
of
Court
accidents.
decision over the break. Or
There
anything.
were quite a few homicides, and in fact, many homicides, and quite a few suicides.
Did any of those cases deal with wounds and wound patterns and wound identification?
Many of them, in fact, I would say almost most of them, because part of the examination, and a very important part of the examination, is the external examination of the body. So before I was allowed to even start an autopsy, I had to do a complete external examination of the decedent's body, looking for any kinds of wounds or abnormalities.
We'll come back to wound pattern recognition a little later. But again, I think it's probably clear to most people, but just to be ultimately clear, when you talk about external, can you just elaborate a little what you mean by that?
So the external examination is of the exterior of the body, the skin, the hair.
I want to look at your skin.
The eyes, looking for, amongst things looking for also would be rashes and scars and those sorts of things. So that's the external examination.
In external, Dr. Russell, is to be contrasted with what?
Oh, with an internal examination. So after all that is done, and there were some other things that had to be done too, like looking at examining the clothing, or looking at x-rays if there were x-rays available from the medical examiner's office, and of course reading the medical record that was available. After all that was done, then I would proceed with the examination of the internal structures of the body, including the organs, the soft tissues and muscles underneath the skin, the bones, etc.
Do you have any certifications?
Quite a few.
Can you name them, please?
Well, I'm
board certification. I'm sorry to interrupt you, doctor.
Okay, so I'm board certified in emergency medicine, and that was after the residency training, had to take a qualifying examination. Then I've had to be recertified. I think it's 3 times now. I just recertified again, so I'm certified for another 5 years.
What do you have to do to get board certified and maintain that significant certification?
Well, presently, to get board certified, one has to complete a residency in emergency medicine. And so that is, depending on the program, either 3 or 4 years long. I went to a 4-year program. And then I had to take examination, both a written examination, very long written examination, and then an oral examination where I was questioned by many established emergency physicians on the various kinds of cases that might present to the emergency department. They would give you an unknown, and you would have to talk about how you would care for that person.
Do you have any affiliations with any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a fellow of the American College of Emergency Physicians. I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm a fellow of the the National Association of Medical Examiners, and then I have some memberships in some other organizations.
What does it take to achieve fellow status that you just mentioned?
So in order to be a fellow, it depends on the organization, but in order to be a fellow, you usually have to be a member for a certain number of years, member in good standing. And then for some of the organizations, you have to have attended some of their national meetings. For some of the other organizations, and possibly have presented a study or a paper or something at the national meeting. other of those organizations, it's, it's a little bit variable, the membership for a certain number of years.
In addition to all of that education, background, experience, do you have any specialized training and experience with regard to investigations of death?
Well, yes. So again, the focus of the forensic pathology was investigations of death, but also in my job as an emergency physician at the hospital I was at for 29 years, I had both clinical responsibilities, meaning in the ER, taking care of patients, and administrative responsibilities, meaning committees and, office type work. And so one of my responsibilities during that time was to be director of the Quality Improvement Committee. And as director of the Quality Improvement Committee, of course, I had to do death reviews. So analyzing,
His death is pretty
studying
good, as far as I can tell.
people who came to the
8 out of
emergency
10.
department and was subsequently either pronounced dead or died in the emergency department.
So now let's move to a slightly different topic. Let's discuss your work experience. What do you currently do for work?
I work for the Medical Board of California, and I do some private consultation work.
Describe your work briefly for the Medical Board of California, including what is the board, what's its responsibilities, and what do you do in your role in working for the Medical Board of California?
So the medical board is a part of government, I think, that is established to basically police the doctors and some other health professionals. So what the role of the medical board is to protect the public health.
I don't think she seems nervous.
Protect them from
got a shaky old lady voice.
misdeeds by healthcare professionals, particularly doctors. So, would you like me to go on?
So in terms of the medical board, just a last question with regard to that. What type of knowledge do you have to have with regard to the practice of medicine to be able to assist the board in evaluating whether certain doctors have met the standard of care in a whole host of areas of the practice of medicine? What type of knowledge do you have to have?
Well, you certainly have to be up to date. You have to be quite knowledgeable on current treatment standards, what is considered the actual standard practice of medicine, and be up to date on literature and what, things that are currently accepted as the good practice of medicine.
Prior to your current role, where did you work and when?
Well, before becoming a doctor,
Commonwealth filed a motion
We
this
can
morning.
do it for
We'll
maybe
review
a
that at
little
lunch.
more for the jury. If you could go just before the medical board where you work, or do you want to do it from the beginning? Whatever way is best for you, doctor.
Doesn't really matter. Most recently, I worked for the state of California, the prison system. I was the medical director of the, or what they call the chief medical executive of one of the high security prisons in California. I did that for 5 years after retiring from my Los Angeles County job, which I held for 29 years.
And briefly describe generally your duties in that role.
So as chief medical executive, it was my duty basically to run the medical department.
Holy
so
shit,
I
Andrew.
hired physicians, I supervised the physicians, made sure that they were providing the standard of care to the inmates that they were assigned to take care of. I reviewed many of their charts. I reviewed transfers and requests for services outside, such as specialty services, orthopedic surgery services, and other kinds of services. And I reviewed every single death that occurred during my years there.
So you just said you investigated every single death that occurred at the prison. during your time in that role?
Yes.
Approximately how many death investigations were there that you performed?
I think approximately 60.
Now, did you have any involvement there in examining or identifying wounds of deceased individuals?
I did. My office was in the medical building, and it was very close to what was the equivalent of the urgent care center on site. And so when the patients would come in with an extreme injury, a very serious injury, or near death, I would frequently go over right to the urgent care because that was my specialty. That was, my interest. And even though there was a doctor or another practitioner assigned to care for the patient, I would oversee that. And I would also, examine the patients, look for wounds, look for, signs of injuries. There were some, in some of these cases, there were some deaths, and I would examine those bodies very carefully for any kinds of wounds, just like I had done in the coroner's office for those years.
To move this along, before you became the chief medical executive at Corcoran, where did you work and what did you do?
So I worked for 29 years, I worked at what's called the Los Angeles County USC Medical Center. Now, I know that's a lot to say. It was a county hospital that was affiliated with a medical school. It used to be called, prior to that, prior to when I got there, it was called General Hospital. It was a 19-story building, General Hospital, well known. And now it's actually called LA General or something of that nature. So, anyways, that's where I worked for 29 years. And as I said, I had a variety of different roles there.
Can you just briefly name off the roles that you had while at the General Hospital?
So as I mentioned earlier, there was always a clinical component to what I did. I always had shifts in the emergency department where I had to see patients and supervise interns, residents, physician assistants, nurse practitioners. So in addition to seeing my own patients, I would also supervise them as they were seeing their patients. So that was the clinical role. Then there was an administrative role, and my administrative roles ranged from director of what they called life support training, which provided training to the trauma surgeons and the neurosurgeons regarding things such as advanced trauma life support, and also to ER doctors. So director of life support training, director of QA. For many years, I was director of the jail unit, which was a very unique unit at this hospital. For a hospital, it was a very unique unit in that it had three components: a dedicated ER, for jail patients or patients in custody, a dedicated clinic for in custody patients, and a dedicated inpatient. So it's three sections dedicated to in custody services. I was medical director of that for a while.
In addition to all that, were you also a professor?
I was an assistant professor.
Assistant professor. And what did you teach? Just a brief summary of what you taught.
Well, most of my teaching was clinical, bedside teaching, rather than in lecture halls. I would occasionally give lectures to the residents, residency group, which was about 50 doctors.
And those residents are medical doctors, correct?
Yes, they are. Yes,
Yep.
they're medical doctors. So I would occasionally give lectures to them, but a lot of the teaching was actual bedside teaching.
Switching gears just a little bit and segueing, over your course of your career as an emergency department physician and otherwise, did you treat individuals with animal-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And did any of those animal-inflicted injuries involve dogs?
Yes.
And Generally, is it correct to say that in terms of dogs, there's sort of the canine police dogs, and then there's the civilian dogs with which most people have experience?
Yes.
Are those two categories that you're familiar with, you're comfortable, as we discussed dogs, to have canine versus civilian?
Yes, because the injury patterns are a little different.
Okay. So what is the difference between a canine dog on the one hand and a civilian dog on the other?
Well, generally, civilian dog bites are rather minor, generally. Puncture wounds, maybe, some slight avulsions, like, skin defects, slight skin defects, usually not major. Whereas in the canine or trained police dog bites, the wounds I saw were extensive wounds where there was extensive ripping, tearing, crushing of tissue, and many times even injuries to the muscles and blood vessels underneath.
From your experience, do you know why the injuries from a canine dog are as you describe them, as opposed to injuries from a civilian dog?
Well, in the LA area at that time, the dogs were taught to bite and hold. So they would, the canine dogs would get a grip on the individual that they were pursuing and then hold on, even if the individual was trying to pull away. And so there were oftentimes tearing injuries to those, because that's how the dogs were trained at that time.
Ouch.
Even with canine dogs, did you ever see injuries from canine dogs on humans that were not a complete bite, that were an incomplete bite?
Yes. So if the dog missed on the first attempt at a grab, the teeth might only scratch the surface of the usually extremity, by the way, and so you get what I consider an incomplete dog bite, because it was just scratch marks from the teeth.
Jim
But the
Hagen
dog
says,
would
"What's
then,
your legal take
try a
there,
second
buddy?"
time and
Any?
third time.
Now let's
Yes,
go to
it's a forensic
civilian dogs.
pathologist testifying about
term used
a
for
wound pattern
household-
that is
or
common
dogs
in
of household
animals
pets that people have.
also happens to
Can you
present
describe from your
on,
experience the type of
the
wounds from
deceased's
those
arm
civilian dogs
in
that
the
you
way
would
that
see,
she's describing? So the
and
legal
contrast it with what you just
opinion or
described for
question
a canine dog?
is that
Generally, they
she's
were
effectively
minor.
laying out that it kind of
So
looks like a dog
scratch,
slit his arm.
a puncture wound, maybe a little tearing of the skin, a little skin flap, but generally much different.
In your 30, did you say about over 30 years experience in the emergency medicine department?
Mm-hmm.
What did you see more of? Civilian dog wounds on humans or canine wounds?
Actually, it depended on where I was assigned at the time. So in the very beginning, because the jail unit was one of my first assignments, I saw these terrific, horrific
Sorry.
wounds. Many
I just
of them.
got the thumbnail done for this.
I learned that what was in the textbooks about how to treat them was so wrong, because these patients many of them needed hospital admission, intravenous antibiotics, and many of them needed surgery. And what I was reading in the textbook was, that you could patch them up and clean up the wound and send them home with, sometimes with antibiotics, sometimes without. But anyway, so initially what I was seeing a lot of in the very beginning was the law enforcement dog bites, because I was assigned to jail ward. And also I was very interested in this because I used to be a police officer. And before going to medical school, I was a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts for 7 years. And so I had this interest in law enforcement type injuries sustained during the arrest process, et cetera, et cetera.
So you had an early interest in with regard to dog inflicted wounds on humans and a police officer. Where were you a police officer in Massachusetts and when?
In the city of Malden, I was appointed as first woman police officer in 1977 to 1984, full time.
And while you were a police officer, were you doing that full time and anything else while you were a police officer? Were you pursuing school while you were a police officer, your college education, or was it separate?
No, I was a full-time police officer working the night shift. And I was attending Northeastern University part-time during the daytime to pursue my degree.
Were you a sworn duty police officer?
Yes.
Full member of the police force?
Yes.
Did you attend academy?
Yes, I attended the Boston Police Academy.
And how many years were you a Boston police officer?
No, I
I'm sorry,
wasn't.
I'm not Boston, the Ball.
I was a Malden police officer for 7 years, full-time.
Now let's go back to your emergency department and other experience. Can you approximate how many dog bite injuries you provided treatment for while an emergency department physician?
Overall?
Overall.
Well, I don't know the exact answer, but I estimated it at a very conservative number of 500 dog bites because, would you like my methodology?
Oh, please.
Oh, okay. So I considered that even though I worked there for 29 years, I would take 25 years and 40 weeks out of the year, because the other weeks I might be assigned something special, a special rotation or a special assignment or vacation or some kind of course. So 25 years, 40 weeks per year, that's 1,000 weeks. So even if I only saw one dog bite at this busy trauma center, that would be 1,000 dog bites in my career. But I just took it in half. I cut it in half and said five. I think at least 500.
In addition to the 500, did you oversee other physicians or healthcare professionals like physicians' assistants?
Welcome to all the new viewers.
Who themselves were
Feel free to slap
treating
like
and
on your way in and
observing
out.
dog-inflicted wounds on humans.
Yes.
And approximately,
In
just
or
the
out.
number,
Don't do it both
approximately
times.
How many of those, in addition to the 500 you just calculated?
Well, I generally supervised about 3 to 4 people per shift. You know, med students and interns, residents, whatever, all those people. And so I would say very conservatively another 500.
In terms of other work, I want to shift just a little bit in the emergency department. Did you encounter injuries from persons involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Many.
And you mentioned you were in Los Angeles. And in terms of those, can you approximate how many humans you saw and treated and diagnosed in the emergency medicine department from motor vehicle accidents?
Well, it was a very busy level 1 trauma center.
What is a level 1 trauma center?
So level 1 trauma center is the highest designation that a trauma center can have. And there are many requirements in place in order for a medical center to be a level 1, including 24-hour in-house neurosurgery, 24-hour in-house orthopedics, and an active research program, and many, many, many more requirements. And a certain level of training for all of the ER docs and all of the trauma surgeons. So we were level 1 trauma center, one of the busiest in the west of the Mississippi. And the hospital was located near some major freeways. So we saw lots of patients from motor vehicle accidents. But if I were I would say, if I took the 1,000-week number again, if I saw, at least 3, motor vehicle accidents per week, that's 3,000 at least. And that's just me. That's not the interns, residents that I'm working with.
So Shifting again a little bit, as medical director of jail medical services at General Hospital, can you just describe a little bit about the work there? Similar to what you just described, or is it a little different?
So in the jail medical services, we dealt with people who were in custody. Some of them were also, drunk drivers and under arrest. Some were, they're arrested for a variety of reasons. Anyways, and if they were in custody, rather than have them in the main emergency department, we had a special emergency department for them. And so we would see, interesting cases there.
In terms of being a professor, is that your time as an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles? Is that where you were an adjunct professor?
Yes. So while I was doing all this, I also had a part-time job teaching a course called legal medicine to graduate students, master's
Instead of illegal
level
medicine.
students in the
I guess is
criminalistics
what I was
master's
doing.
program at Cal State University.
And in terms of topics, just briefly, some of the topics you would have taught them, and particularly any that may be apropos to why you're here today.
So knowing that many of these students were going to go on to work in crime labs or be crime lab directors someday, what I needed to do was to teach them about the aspects of a crime scene that dealt with a body or someone who was injured or killed. And so we dealt with things such as time of death, postmortem changes, wound analysis on the body, looking for different patterns of wounds or types of wounds that could direct them into to steer them in their investigation. Let's see, so many other things. Yeah.
There was a little bit of a noise here when you were talking about wounds and patterns. Could you just repeat that aspect of it?
Sure. So when a criminalist or a crime scene investigator goes to the scene, they have certain duties to attend to, and they need to be aware, that certain kinds of wounds, might indicate certain types of deaths. For instance, gunshot wounds in certain locations, or lacerations or stab wounds in certain locations might mean that this could be a suicide. This could be a homicide. They need to know, if there's something that might look like resemble a bite mark, that maybe that area needs to be swabbed. Or photographed specially, and et cetera. So that's basically, it was very basic, but that's what I.
Let's now shift again to your work at the County of Los Angeles Department of the Medical Examiner's Office, or is sometimes called the Coroner's Office. When did you have that work, and what did that position involve?
So that was from 1993 to 1995. And as I mentioned, there was death investigations. I was assigned a certain number of cases myself, but we also reviewed cases that other doctors had. And I, given my curious mind, when I would do my autopsy, I'd also look at whatever other cases were going on. And there were typically 10 to 15 cases going on any given day. And so I learned a lot, not only from my cases, but from other cases.
Did you ever conduct an autopsy of any individual that sustained dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
Please describe that autopsy.
That was a case I'll never forget. It was a young boy who had been attacked by 3 dogs, large dogs, but not specifically canine, law enforcement trained dogs, but 3 large dogs. And the wounds there were extensive wounds all over the body, or as best I can remember, including a wide variety: puncture wounds, some scratches, abrasions, contusions. There were a number of different types of wounds.
So let's now go, we talked about dogs and motor vehicles. I want to go back, please, to motor vehicles. Did you, as a forensic pathologist, did you ever conduct autopsies of decedents that were involved in motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Hard to say. I'm not sure really, but probably at least, motor vehicle accidents, probably at least 20 or 30.
Did you conduct autopsies of victims of motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Yes.
Now, prior to working at the coroner's office, you worked at the jail emergency department at General Hospital that you described, right?
Yes.
And in that position, did you provide treatments to persons that suffered dog-inflicted injuries?
Yes.
And just approximately how many? And then we'll move on to the next topic.
Approximately, personally myself, about 40, but I was involved I worked as part of a team, and so I think we saw probably about 60 of these severe dog bites.
We're going to shift again to keep it moving. Have you authored or edited any publications on dog-inflicted injuries on humans?
Yes.
And what publications, please?
So I was a co-author on 2 peer review articles in major emergency medicine journals. One of them was describing the law enforcement dog bites, injury patterns. And another one was more focused on the management of the law enforcement dog bites.
And did you, those are ones you co-authored, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever edit the work of others' articles or books as part of a peer review process?
We get
Yes.
she's
Describe
qualified.
that, please.
Yes. I was asked to be a co-editor of a 2-volume series on forensic emergency medicine in a peer review article series. And one of the chapters in one of those issues was on was on bite wounds. It was written by Dr. Gerald Vale, V-A-L-E, and who is a renowned board-certified forensic odontologist.
In terms of moving now from peer-reviewed articles you co-authored, peer-reviewed books and articles you edited, have you attended any seminars or talks or lectures on wound identification and or bite wounds?
Yes.
Just briefly describe a couple to give the jury a flavor of what those were.
Well, there have been many lectures on wounds of all sorts. And in the emergency medicine program, of course, there were lectures on wounds from various types of animals and how to treat them. In the forensic arena and at some of the professional organizations, there were lectures or talks on wounds. And also there was a yearly talk on bite wounds given by Dr. Vale at the coroner's office.
State perhaps the obvious. Have you had a lifelong interest in dogs and dog-inflicted wounds?
Yes.
And is that a professional and a personal interest?
It's professional.
Right, mostly professional, as you've described it. Let's now keep moving and go to another topic. Have you testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Is that in state and federal court?
Yes.
What topics have you testified to in state and federal court?
Causes of death, wounds, child abuse, domestic violence, mostly causes of death.
Have you testified as an expert regarding emergency medicine?
Yes,
Have you testified as an expert regarding forensic pathology?
yes,
Have you been found to be qualified as an expert in each of those categories in the courts in the United States?
yes,
Have you ever not been qualified to testify in any court in the United States?
no,
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding identifying dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
no.
And why not?
Because it's, I mean, prior to this case, because it's not a topic that comes up very often.
So although it comes up often in your practice in terms of whether it's an issue in court, is it my understanding from your answer, it just doesn't come up that frequently?
Correct.
Are you aware of any other physician practitioner that would be testifying in court a lot on this topic, given what you just said about the infrequency of it coming up?
No, I'm not.
Now let's go on to what were in the last question on this line, give a general idea of the types of wounds that were at issue and whether there were any pattern wound issues in those cases that you've testified in court about.
Well, many of them were stab wounds. Some were blunt force wounds from, from variety of mechanisms, including, assaults or motor vehicle accidents again, a lot of wounds from accidents, and then, of course, gunshot wounds.
Were those the topics both living persons as well as deceased?
Yes.
Let's now move to, you've mentioned wound pattern, right? And are you familiar with the topic in the area of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what you mean by wound pattern recognition in your practice and from your experience? What is it generally? And we'll get to some more specifics as we go through.
Well, generally, pattern recognition is very important in medicine. It's important in a lot of different fields of medicine, including radiology. They look for patterns on x-rays. Pathologists under a microscope looks for certain patterns to identify cancerous cells, for instance. So pattern recognition is very important. And then as a subset, wound pattern recognition is of course very important to physicians that deal with patients that come in from from the street, so to speak, from who may have been assaulted, may have been child abuse victims, may have been domestic violence, elder abuse, those kinds of victims, because sometimes it's important to or you learn that what actually happened is not what the patient or the relative or the presenter said happened. And so you have to discern or figure out what happened in a case. And so you have to be able to identify certain patterns and regions of the body, for instance, where wounds are, in order to make that happen. And so it's very important. It's emphasized in emergency medicine.
When you were in residency, were you taught wound pattern recognition methodologies?
Yes.
And is wound pattern recognition an area that you continue to learn and then gain experience from your over 30 years as emergency medicine physician?
Yes, it was emphasized in both emergency medicine and forensic pathology, in both fields. Very important.
Is wound pattern recognition a generally accepted methodology that is applied in the practice of medicine?
Yes.
And you've given a few examples of that pattern recognition methodology. Is that pattern recognition methodology generally accepted and discussed in the peer-reviewed medical literature?
It is in certain articles, yes.
And we'll be getting to some of those. In terms of wound pattern recognition, just roughly, how frequently in your experience as an emergency medicine physician did you have to exercise your skills in wound pattern recognition?
I would say probably weekly, because I always questioned, what the patient was telling me, and did it fit? Did the story make sense? So I did it quite often.
And was that particularly important in child abuse cases where you may not be getting the story and you'd have to look at wounds and make your own determination?
Yes.
Now let's go and slightly move on to a very similar topic as to whether you ever had to determine the source of the wound without any input from the
Tell me why she looks like John Madden.
Oh, yes, many times. Many patients arrive to the emergency department unconscious.
You really got to watch the canine coming up in
and
the
that's-
elbow
that's,
there.
That's one example of others. And with regard to language barriers, did you ever encounter that as an obstacle to you understanding what may have happened and you therefore had to exercise your pattern recognition skills?
Yes.
So now in terms of dog bites specifically, how often, if at all, did you have to look at a patient without input from anyone to determine whether it was from a dog?
Occasionally.
And can you recall any specific instance, or is it just you're recalling that you generally had to do it, but you can't recall a specific instance?
The second of that I generally had to do it. Sometimes, there was a language barrier and people couldn't describe what it was that bit them. And it was important to know because treatment for different types of bite wounds is very, very different.
And to be fair to the situation, you can't give any one specific. You remember this person was this age, et cetera, but you know that you did that on more than one. I'll withdraw that and go to the next area. Let's now talk about wound pattern recognition in the area of forensic pathology. What role does pattern recognition play in forensic injury analysis? And could you please just let the jury know what you mean by forensic injury analysis as regards pattern recognition?
Okay, so forensic analysis or forensic injury analysis is the analysis of injuries from a medical legal perspective. In some areas of medicine, the doctors are taught to just treat the injuries, and no figuring out about how it happened or what caused the injuries so much as they treat. But in my case, both the emergency department and the forensic
Might have to hit the bathroom and
pathology training,
grab a
I
snack.
was interested in how the injury happened. That was
Realizing I haven't
a
taken a
very
bathroom break at
important,
all today. Realizing it
factor
because
to
my
me.
bladder's saying, "Oh my
Why
God, go to
is
the
pattern
bathroom."
recognition important in the field of forensic pathology?
Well, you could look at a wound all by itself, an abrasion, for instance. Abrasion is a scratch. And in and of itself, it might not tell you how the wound occurred all by itself. But if there are a series of scratches or a series of lacerations or cuts, they can tell you more about how it happened.
And have you applied wound pattern recognition skills in your practice as a forensic pathologist?
Many times.
Could you just give the jury a flavor by just a few examples? Maybe two.
Okay. Self-defense wounds, for instance. an issue comes up often in court. If certain wounds were inflicted on purpose versus were they inflicted self-defense, and things like appearance and location can help you determine that. What was the question again?
It is just a few examples of applying pattern recognition skills in forensic pathology.
Oh, yes.
Thank
People.
you, doctor.
More?
No, more, yes.
Oh, yeah. Motor vehicle accident.
Do the trick
People
where
who
my
struck by cars.
turn blue and my voice changes and
There
I
are
come
certain
back.
patterns that one expects to
Well,
see.
yeah, just go
when
ahead and
when
turn the contrast up and
individual is
adjust it
struck
so
by
that
a
my
car.
fingers look more blue.
And we're taught
And you'll get
to
there.
look for certain patterns, and that can help you determine if they were struck by a car.
In terms of motor vehicle accidents and patterns, can you give an example of some of the patterns you would expect to see in someone, and that you have seen in someone that is struck by a motor vehicle?
Oftentimes lower extremity fractures, for instance. Lower extremity bruises and fractures are commonplace for someone who is struck by a car.
And in your practice as an emergency medicine physician, a rough approximation of how many lower extremity injuries you have examined and evaluated with regard to motor vehicle accidents, including in the Los Angeles area?
Oh, I think probably hundreds.
Alrighty, so now let's continue with the topic that you were talking about. You called it defense injuries and wounds. I want to cover that topic. Are you familiar with the term posterior surface?
Yes, in terms of anatomy.
In terms of human anatomy, and with Your Honor's permission, could Dr. Russell point to her arm to show what she's referring to with regard to posterior surface for a defense injury?
Sure, go right ahead. So let me explain just in general.
Sure.
Anterior is the front of the body. And
Excuse me, Dr. Russell, I'm sorry, if you want to stand up so the
Yeah,
jury, with Your Honor's
yeah.
permission.
Oh, don't be mean to her.
Okay.
You stand up.
Yes. So many years ago, anatomists decided on a nomenclature for describing parts of the body. And so the way the body, the descriptions go is that you take a person in what they call the standard anatomic position, which is upright with their arms, their palms facing forward. Palms facing forward. So that is the standard anatomic position. So anything in the front is anterior. Anything in the back is posterior.
Could you point to the arm when you talk about anterior and posterior, please?
Yes. So with regard to the arm, if the palm is facing forward, that's the anterior. So the posterior part of the arm would be the back part that I'm touching right now. This back part of the arm and the back part of the forearm would be right here. So that's the posterior of the arm.
And what relation does the posterior of the arm have in determining whether or not a wound is a defensive wound?
Well, oftentimes when someone is being attacked,
I'll be right back, guys.
they will put their arm up to defend or protect their face, their neck, their chest, their vital organs, the vital parts of their body. So they put their arms up. And in doing so, the posterior part of the arm becomes presented to whoever is attacking them or whatever is attacking them. So this is the part of the arm that oftentimes gets injured when someone is defending themselves.
Thank you, doctor. How often have you observed and concluded regarding defensive wounds to the forearm?
Many times. I don't know. I don't have a number. 20, 30, I don't know. In terms of decedents. And then in terms of live people, many, many more.
And if we just start with the posterior part of the forearm that you've described and you encounter wounds there, Are those wounds indicative or highly indicative of anything?
Well, they're indicative of defensive wounds being caused in during a defensive action.
In your experience as a resident, a fellow, emergency room physician, and a forensic pathologist, and your time at Cochrane, have you experienced and taught the topic of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Now let's move on to another topic. Do you have knowledge of the dental features of dogs?
Yes.
Where did you gain your knowledge about the dental features of dogs?
Generally from reading articles.
And in terms of examining patients with dog-inflicted wounds, did that inform you anything about dog dentition or not?
Not specifically.
In terms of dog dentition, Your Honor, may I approach?
Okay.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this depiction marked as an exhibit for identification?
Okay. So for ID?
For ID only, yes.
O for identification.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. Your Honor, may I hand it to the witness? I'm handing you Dr. Russell, what has been marked for identification as O as in orange. Dr. Russell, do you recognize that depiction?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a diagram of canine dental anatomy.
And could you please, just for the jury, briefly describe dog dentition and what we mean by the term dentition? I think most know, but just for the record.
So I believe dentition just means the teeth and the shape of the teeth and of the mouth of the animal or a person. And what this diagram shows is that in general, dogs tend to have a triangular mouth, meaning it comes to a narrowing towards the front of the mouth. It shows how many teeth a normal dog will have, and what they look like. There are different kinds of teeth, just like humans have different kinds of teeth.
In Your Honor, to assist the jury in the understanding of what Dr. Russell was speaking about, with Your Honor's permission, could we publish this as a chalk for the jury?
Is there any objection?
None, thank you.
Okay. Sure, go right ahead,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your
Wilson.
Honor. And will enlarge Mr. Woke the Dr. Russell, where would you like to start with regard to this, just to give the jury a brief discussion of dog dentition? Which part of this should we zoom in on?
I think the lower half around the triangular upper and lower jaws, right there.
Right there? Very
Yeah.
good. And Mr. Woke, if you could just, to start with, pull it down just so we can see the headings, and more importantly, the jury can see the headings of those two diagrams that Dr. Russell has pointed out. Yes, and just enlarge that. Can you read what's on the left and what's on the right? It's slightly blurry.
It's slightly blurry.
Mandible, lower jaw, maxilla, upper jaw.
Yes, I
got
can
that
read it.
right. Alrighty. So if we could then just reduce it back down so it's a little bit, so that it's not distorted. And then Dr. Russell, if you could just talk about it. And before we do that, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Russell, we can go to the depiction up above just to get the overall picture up above there of the dog. All right. Is that that's an overall picture, correct? Do you want to point out anything generally on that picture?
I don't have a pointer, but generally it's a side view, and it shows and it's a skeletal view, so there's no skin, and it shows that there are some prominent teeth. They're called the canine teeth, and then there are some smaller teeth in front of that.
Excuse me if I couldn't interrupt. Pardon my interruption. Yes. I'm just going to try to locate in the courtroom a pointer, Your Honor.
There's nothing on that. Stand up to us.
I've got one where I may approach. If there's one on this.
No.
Yeah, I didn't see it. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Here, Dr. Russell. Hopefully that will work for you. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay, so this is a side view, and it shows many teeth, and this is a skeletal view, obviously, and it shows these prominent teeth, which are called the canine teeth. Humans also have canine teeth, and ours are not quite as prominent. And then there are some teeth in front of that, which are called incisors. So that's the overview.
Right. And just to put this in context, we are looking at this and talking about dogs. Have you had the opportunity to review any photos of the right arm of the decedent in this case?
Yes.
And is one of the topics you're going to address whether those wounds are from a dog?
Yes.
And so this background in terms of dog dentition part of what you're going to cover for the jury later on?
Yes, and I want to make one more comment, if I may.
Please.
Just when a dog bites, they usually don't bite with all of the teeth. They usually don't get all the teeth impacted on the individual. So that's important to know. Oftentimes it's the anterior or the front teeth.
Why, doctor, is it the case that a dog doesn't always have a complete bite, get all of the teeth? Why is that the case?
Well, there's oftentimes movement. Oftentimes the dogs aren't really trained on biting techniques. And so, there's oftentimes the person who's being bitten is pulling away and trying to avoid the bite. So oftentimes there's only impact with a few of the teeth in the front.
Great. Please continue, doctor, with your...
Dr. Russell, could I ask you to use this screen?
Oh, yes.
The other one, please? I think it's easier for counsel.
Oh, okay. So overview, these large canine teeth, these are the anterior teeth. And as I said, it's very rare for all the teeth to be involved in the bite. It's usually just the front teeth and canine teeth.
Are there certain teeth that are on this depiction that cause certain types of injuries, abrasions, tears, punctures? Is there any relation to the teeth in any of those categories, or can it be just general?
Well, oftentimes, because the canine teeth are so long compared to the others, they are the ones that seem to cause the the puncture wounds. And those are the ones that appear to get the grip on the person's skin.
Is there a medical term for a puncture wound from a canine? Or is it just it's a punctate wound from canines?
I'm not sure there's a medical term.
Okay, please continue.
Okay. Well, that's about it on this side view.
And is there any other view on the exhibit that you would like to discuss with the jury?
Well, I was going to show that it's triangular. Again, the upper and lower jaws. Yeah, they tend to be somewhat triangular.
Is that also sometimes the shape referred to as an hourglass, or is it triangular, or you prefer triangular?
I've heard it referred to as hourglass. I don't see an hourglass, but maybe in some dog breeds, because all the different dog breeds have different shapes of their mouths. But this is just a generalization.
Okay, please continue.
I don't know that there's anything else.
All right. And so you
actually, yes. So here you can see, go back, please. So here you can see, again, the canines. And it's oftentimes this is the upper jaw. the maxilla jaw. It's oftentimes these teeth that do the impacting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say it's often these teeth that what?
That do the impact. The upper jaw is oftentimes the part that actually makes contact with the skin. That's all.
Thank you. We can take that down, Mr. Woke. Thank you, Your Honor. Now let's go to dog-inflicted injuries.
Oh, shit, what did I miss?
Generally, what type of injuries to humans can be caused by dog-inflicted bites?
So I also fried some eggs.
There are lots of different types of injuries. So they could be extremely minor, from a minor scratch to puncture wounds by individual teeth, to actual puncture and punctures by several teeth. There could be
Harry
several
just
abrasions
confessed.
because there are multiple teeth involved, and if they don't puncture, they at least scratch. They can scratch the skin. That's what I call abrasion, is a scratch. So they scratch the skin, but in parallel, because the teeth are lined up. So they oftentimes have parallel lines. And then, of course, there are bruises that could occur because of the crushing injury, and there can be what we call avulsions, which are where an actual flap of the skin is removed. And I can go further, but there's a wide extent of injuries.
So there's a wide
Yes.
extent, a wide range.
Remember,
and
I
can you
can't do
just
drugs
give one
anymore,
or
so I
two
have to just fry
factors that are
eggs.
going to determine whether you're on the more minor side of the range to the more major part as regard to the type of bite that the dog is able to get?
Well, I think that when there is penetration of the skin and pulling away of some of the tissue, I would consider that a more significant bite because of what's needed for treatment.
Just bear a moment, please. Thank you. So in terms of the nails and claws of a dog, what type of injury, if any, can those cause?
So the nails they're also somewhat pointy or triangular in configuration or shape. And so they can cause scratches, and actually they can cause even deeper wounds if the nail catches the victim's skin a certain way. But most of the time, just scratches.
From your experience, what type of medical experience,
Neuro.
peer-reviewed article experience, your
Eggs
whole
and
professional
buttered white
experience
rice.
with dog-inflicted wounds on humans, do you have experience with just a part of the range or the whole range of injuries that a dog can inflict?
Well, I think I have a very wide range of experiences because
Okay, keep it
those
calm
very
there,
serious
Doc.
ones we talked about in the very beginning, where there were crushing and ripping injuries, or those were the trained canine dog bites. Most emergency physicians don't even get to see those. They're so uncommon. But because I was assigned to jail ward, that's how I got seen. But in the majority, in the main ER, most ERs in our main ER, we saw the more minor type of injuries.
So in terms of if someone is bitten by a dog, where are they? Again, I think most people understand this, but just to be clear for the record, when someone gets a dog-inflicted wound, where do they usually go?
Well,
Sustained.
What is wrong with
Doctor, are you aware of the medical facility from your experience where people go who have dog-inflicted wounds?
Well, if they feel like they need medical care, they will either go to a family doctor, or most likely the emergency department, because the emergency department is where the resources are, the people that with the experience. They go to the emergency department in general.
The judge did not rule
From
she's
your
not a medical expert.
experience
No way.
For people in your literature review and authoring of documents, do people with dog-inflicted wounds go to a veterinarian for treatment?
I'll let you answer it.
Not from my experience.
All righty, now let's move to another category and to keep this moving along. How did you initially become involved in this case?
Well, very interesting. I live in Los Angeles, and I saw something in the Boston Globe about this case, but I really didn't pay much attention to it. And then eventually I saw or heard something, because I'm not from this part of the Massachusetts, I'm from a different part of Massachusetts. So anyways, eventually I heard or saw something about there being an issue with some possible dog-inflicted injuries versus maybe car-inflicted injuries. So that got my attention. I thought, that's interesting. And so that's how I initially became aware of the case.
Let's talk about the Boston Globe. How is a person from Los Angeles reading the Boston Globe, and
Well,
why? Is it like a one-time thing, or why is it you're reading the Boston Globe?
I had a subscription. I would, not always read it. I lived in Massachusetts. I went to school in Massachusetts. I worked in Massachusetts as a police officer. So I have some interest in Massachusetts, but none of that was in this geographic area. It was all north of Boston. So that was the area I mostly paid attention to.
Did you reach out to anyone after reading that article? And what did you recall from the article in the Boston Globe, if anything?
I'm going to sustain that.
Did you reach out to anyone after having read something in the Boston Globe?
Yes. I thought the question was interesting.
Objection.
I'll let that stand, but just answer Mr. Alessi's
Yes,
question, please.
yes, I did.
Go ahead. Andrew.
Okay. Yes, I reached out to one of the DAs in Los Angeles County.
And at that point, what, if anything, did you know about this case?
I didn't know much. I just knew what I mentioned, and I knew that the decedent was a police officer, had been a police officer, and that interested me also because I was a police officer.
Please keep your voice up, Dr. Russell.
I said that interested me also because I had been a police officer at the time.
Go ahead.
So that's about all I knew, really.
Right. So did you know anything about what the prosecution was claiming or the defense was claiming at all? Did you know anything?
Sustain.
What did you know, if anything, about the case?
I'm going to see it sidebar really quickly on this.
There's something behind the scenes that's going on with restrictions on testimony from some of these witnesses. That's pretty clear. Without knowing all the rulings, it's hard to know like what some of the objections are for and why they're being sustained. I mean, not all of these are simple like form objections or hearsay or anything like that. There's some other stuff going on. Speaking of other stuff, from Anonymous says, I think Jeff would have liked the micropene jokes. I agree, and that definitely gets added right there. Me and Jeff. Miss that guy. I don't know if the sidebars are recorded for appeals. I would think so.
Moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The only thing we don't record here in in Minnesota is they don't record judges in chambers conversations, which apparently they do in
Dr.
California.
Hev,
I found that
in
surprising.
terms of, Mr. Wolk, if we could please, and Your Honor, may we publish what is already in evidence, which is Exhibit 167?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 167?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that? Well, first, let's start. What is it? And then how do you recognize it?
It is a picture of the decedent's right arm and forearm.
Now, without stating what it is, have you been able to form an opinion as to the source and nature of the wounds that are depicted in that exhibit?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the next area, can you describe for the jury what method you used in forming your opinion without yet stating what your opinion is?
Well, I used pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
So let's start with wound pattern recognition. Is that the wound pattern recognition you've been discussing up to this point in your testimony?
Yes.
And did I hear you use the phrase differential diagnosis?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what you mean by the term differential diagnosis as a physician, emergency medicine physician and forensic pathologist.
So when a patient, when a physician sees a patient and, or, an image in this case, and is attempting to make a diagnosis, it's very important that not only do they consider what they believe is the obvious, but also in their mind go through other possible diagnoses and determine if they can
Jeff Smith, thank you for
rule them out, so
joining
to speak.
Super
If they
Lawyer
can rule them
status.
in, rule them out, so that they are not just focused on one thing, but they've actually given consideration to other conditions that may be causing whatever it is that they see.
So, Mr. Wolk, if you could take that, we're going to come back to this back and forth, but I'd like to have it taken down until we do have the need to, and if we could have the lights go back on, Your Honor, thank you. So, does applying a differential diagnosis, well, let me start out. Do you understand what confirmation bias is?
I believe so.
Yes. And does differential diagnosis assist or not assist in avoiding confirmation bias?
I believe it assists in avoiding confirmation bias.
So in terms of differential diagnosis, did you apply that concept in the beginning of your analysis of this case?
Yes.
How did you apply differential diagnosis to, among other things, avoid confirmation bias in this case?
Well, in my mind, I went through other possible things or causes of wounds on an arm, and what they would look like, and the configuration, the patterns, etc. And then I figured out why these other potential causes of wounds in the arm did not fit this case.
So is a phraseology a synonym for differential diagnosis, what doctors call ruling out something? Is that another way to say it as well?
Yes.
So we're going to come back to the differential diagnosis. I just wanted to have that question first. Now let's switch to the materials that you considered in forming your opinion about the nature and source of the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe. Describe what you looked at in terms of coming to your opinion, conducting a differential diagnosis, and avoiding confirmation bias? What did you look at?
Well, I looked at pictures similar to this. So there were pictures taken at the hospital. There were pictures taken at the medical examiner's office. I looked at the medical records. I looked at the autopsy report. And I looked at other reports from the Massachusetts State Police. And then, that's what, those are some of the things I looked at.
Did you look at any photographs, including of clothing?
Of what?
Clothing?
Oh, yeah, clothing, of course.
What clothing did you look at?
So there was a shirt, like a hoodie shirt that I looked at.
There
that
was
had,
a shirt.
many defects in it.
And when you say defects, what do you mean by defects? Is there a more layperson's term?
Holes?
Thank you. Did you look at any history of any dogs with regard to any municipalities and dog incidents?
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Lessing.
Did you look at any municipal records with regard to your review in this case?
So that's sustained.
With regard to other documents, if any, could you describe any other documents that you looked at?
Well, I also.
I'm going to see you.
Objection. How are you objecting to this? Are there any other documents that you looked at informing your opinion? What is wrong with that question? Why does Hank get to object on this stuff? I mean, you can object on anything, but
If the micro-peen gets them cartography charges and convictions, Big Country is going to waller him out. He likes them big and soft. Getting prison time for what Buckshot did is not fair.
oh my God.
Do you like kombucha? Because you can kombucha mouth on the micro-peen.
I hate you.
Is there anything this old educated raggedy ass didn't do? I bet she's seen most everything there is to see, but nothing as small as Kurt's micro penis.
It's there have been like 600 micro penis jokes since they started. And it's like the way you guys get there each time is killing me.
Let the record show Judson Welcher pilfered the court's laser pointer.
Ooh. What a thief.
How can the prosecutors see those wounds and actually, even just within their own consciences, really believe that's from a car impact?
They have no conscience. They're lawyers. So there you go. I hope that helps. Mick Reekins, yeah, that AI voice is my favorite one ever. I never saw his trial. His trial wasn't fully broadcast. I mean, they got a couple of the days, like they got, when he cross-examined his son and stuff like that. But man, and they had opening statements and closing statements, but they skipped a lot of the trial. It was too bad. I would actually, that's one, if it was available, I would go back and rewatch the whole thing. So, I guess we can pull this up while we wait. So this is filed by the Commonwealth today. So the defense noticed that it intends to call 4 individuals who have phone numbers associated with a federally protected and confidential series of text messages from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. While the footnote says, while portions of federally protected text messages were revealed during Michael Proctor's testimony during the first trial, the records remain subject to protective orders of the Norfolk Superior Court and the U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts. So I believe the reason that these these text messages are federally protected and confidential is because they have become part of a federal investigation. And there's a federal grand jury that's not being allowed to be spoken about. But if they are part of an active investigation, they, in theory, should still be private or confidential. But I don't know if the state should have any business obscuring evidence in this trial. Okay, we're back. She just said we're going to go until 1 o'clock, and then they're going to get an hour for lunch. So 1 o'clock's in 7 minutes.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Russell.
Hal, I don't know what federal
We had broke off where you had described the materials
charges it would bring
that you
against
had
her.
reviewed.
The federal
Based on
investigation
your,
is into the investigation
Mr.
and how
Wolf, if
shoddy
you
it
could
was.
Please put the exhibit that we just had, and with Your Honor's permission, republish it. Thank you. Based on your review of all the materials that you had described and your experience that you had described, without stating it, were you able to come to any conclusions or opinions about the source and nature of the injuries that you see depicted on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those wounds were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you speak a little louder?
They were inflicted as the result of a dog attack.
I think Leslie faked his hearing problems just for that
Form
moment.
opinion. Just describe your thought process to the jury.
Well, there are multiple groupings of wounds.
Do you have the pointer?
I
there?
do.
And if you could use the screen that Her Honor has requested.
So there are multiple groupings of wounds right here. Here's one on the what I'll consider the upper arm, which is above the elbow. Here's another grouping. Here's an interesting complex grouping at the elbow. These are all the posterior surface of the arm. And there's another grouping down here on the forearm. These multiple groupings are patterns. And they are, in my opinion, were inflicted by the teeth and claws.
The patterning is what sells it.
A dog.
Because they're inconsistent wounds for
We've
a
discussed
car to be
previously
scraping across
pattern
your arm.
recognition skills and methodology, and you just mentioned the word pattern here. Can you elaborate on what you mean by pattern with regard to this exhibit?
So there are groupings, and one can see that these wounds are going essentially in the same direction. They are oriented in the same way on the almost from the inner close to the inner surface of the arm or the anterior surface towards the posterior surface.
What is the
of arm.
significance
That
if
next
any,
arm the
of
police
that
can do.
orientation you just described?
So what that gives me direction, and that tells me that the dog's teeth were over here. The dog is over on this side of the arm, and the teeth started their punctures or their injuries over here, and through either the action of the dog or a combination of the action of the dog and the action of the decedent pulling away, or the victim pulling away, the teeth made these abrasions in this direction, from here down to here. And then here, it's very complex because
Holy shit! Someone sent me the ruling
because of the bending of the elbow.
on the
We
limitations.
don't know the exact
Take a look at it at lunch.
configuration of what this elbow was in the arm. Was it fully extended, meaning it's fully stretched out, or was it partially bent? Was it fully bent? We don't know. But in addition to the pulling away movement, there's also the bending movement. So that one is even a little bit more complex. And of course, there are some additional
I love
marks
when you
down
guys send
here
me
and
this stuff.
some possible
we can
bruising
talk about it
down
on
here,
breaks.
punctate marks down here, which may represent the lower teeth.
If we could just stop at that area, have you observed in your experience what you call that complex area pattern? Have you seen that before?
Not that exact pattern, no.
But have you seen any that is similar to it?
I've seen some characteristics of these patterns before.
Right.
Yes.
And it is the appropriate methodology to zero in on one section, or is the appropriate pattern methodology to look at all the wounds and then reach a conclusion?
The second, to look at all the wounds.
And
Okay,
could
so-
you please describe?
Why don't we take our recess?
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh!
All right.
Whoa!
Disclosure open to follow me.
Goodbye.
I'm wondering if we're going to get some out of jury drama. I mean, she just dropped right in on Alessi's direct exam there. Okay, so she's limited to speaking about the dog bites. The state tried to get her excluded entirely. When I'm sure that we're not coming right back for some out of the jury discussion, we'll go ahead and we can look at the ruling. It was back in January. So we'll look at that ruling. We'll go back to looking at the motion that was filed today by the Commonwealth as well. We'll talk about those. Let me hit a couple of we'll do super tips and super chats.
Micropene, haiku, delicate and small, hidden in the quiet shade. Still, it stands with pride.
Putting work in on these damn jokes. Okay, we've got Sport Nugget says her medical degrees are too old for me. I mean, her medical degree is what, 1988? It's almost as old as me. Brandon says, is it just me, or does Alessi sound like Rittenhouse's second lawyer, Corey Shirafisi? I'd have to go back and listen to him. I think I know what you're saying, but I'd have to go back and hear him again. Ghost of Recon, Nick, I'm glad to see your legal troubles have been resolved. Hope it's smooth sailing from here on out for you. Well, hopefully. I agree with you. The Black Blade says paid and almost time for the weed store to open so I can micro my micropene. Disclaimer, don't do drugs, people. Paramagician says you're going to want a penetration counter for this testimony. Oh, man. And then Jeff Smith upgraded to super lawyer status. So thank you for that. We need to do 2 more of these. So we're at 24 micropenes for the day. We're on a nice track. A nice micropene track, which is not something that's real normally. What do we got here?
Can't wait for Brennan to cross-examine this witness. She will bite off his micropene and spit it out in disgust.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, the judge is letting Brennan run roughshod over everything today. Like I said, there's clearly some limiting orders. One of them, which we have right here. So let's pull this up. This is from January. And this is the Commonwealth wanting to exclude her as a witness, which is insane when you think about it. All right. So the defense noticed that it intends to call. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. 1 second. This is not the. It's not the document I'm looking for. Okay, so we have the motion and we have the opposition. Let's start with just reading the memorandum of decision order on Mama Doc here. Mistress Meg, welcome to Lawyer Status. Thanks for joining. We do have one of these first.
Forget counting micropene jokes. Can you tally the number of times that Pee Wee Herman looking mother effer blinks? If not, get that guy some Vicine or some shit.
Which guy? If it's someone you're talking about that's not on the show, that's funny. Okay. Back to this. We are at 26 micropenes now. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. There's one last thing I need to pull up for you guys. Just a very brief. Here we go. This is the thumbnail that I generated for today. AI it shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed to be, for people to just have access to this. It's too stupid. So anyway, that's the thumbnail for today. All right. Back to this. Did you count the use of micropene in the counter itself? No, that's self-replicating. It's too powerful. We can't do that. The counter would take over. All right, so we've got the memorandum of decision and order on Commonwealth's motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. So again, this is back in January. Before the court is the Commonwealth's motion to exclude the proposed expert testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. Dr. Russell intends to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. The Commonwealth contends that the defendant has failed to show that her testimony meets the requirements set forth in Daubert versus Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals. This is a Daubert test. What they would be saying here is that the methodology used in determining that the dog bites or that the injuries were caused by a dog bite is not scientifically reliable standard in the scientific community or in the medical community, for example, let's narrow it down even further to the forensic pathologist community. That the probably arguing that the pattern recognition is too subjective and not subject to scientific scrutiny and therefore doesn't pass Daubert. That's my guess. We can maybe look at the arguments in a little bit. The court conducted a Daubert-Lanigan hearing on December 12th and January 7th. Although a close question, the court will deny the Commonwealth's motion. So the Commonwealth says, no, we want her out. And the court says it's a close question on this. So at the Daubert hearing, they basically voir dire the expert and try and get them to uphold their scientific scrutiny and the methodology that they would use. Wasted discussion. Before a witness can provide expert testimony, the court, as the gatekeeper, must make a preliminary determination that the testimony has satisfied the requirements for admissibility. See Commonwealth versus Hines. Expert testimony is admissible, quote, when the testimony concerns matters beyond the common knowledge of the jurors and will aid the jurors in reaching a decision. Like pattern recognition in arm trauma, for example. This is just for kicks. It just says micropene. Thank you, just for kicks, for that. Got to kick the counter up to 27. I wonder if we're going to get to 50 micropenes today. It's possible. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen, but it is possible. I mean, it's kind of wild. So who's the key master? Are you the gatekeeper? I am the key master. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Before a witness can provide expert testimony, the court as the gatekeeper must make a preliminary determination that the testimony has satisfied the requirement for admissibility. Expert testimony is admissible. Wait, I just read this. Expert testimony is inadmissible, however, when the witness testifies to matters beyond her area of expertise. All right, give me a second. I'll pull up the next page. All right, back to this. The determination of admissibility is within the court's discretion. See Commonwealth versus Robinson. However, before the court may exercise its discretion to admit expert testimony, the party seeking to offer the testimony, here the defendant must establish 5 foundational elements. 1, that the expert testimony will assist the trier of fact, which is the jury. The trier of fact is a jury when there is a jury, because the information is beyond the common knowledge of jurors. 2, that the witness is qualified as an expert in the relevant area of inquiry. 3, that the expert's opinion is based on facts or data of a type reasonably relied on by experts to form opinions in the relevant field. 4, that the theory underlying the opinion is reliable. And 5, that the theory is applied to the particular facts of the case in a reliable manner. Now, you guys just heard the testimony. She passes all 5 of those with ease. Very simple. Obviously qualified to give expert testimony in this case on this subject. Like, I don't know how you come to any other conclusion. But yeah, she passes these 5 elements very simply. D What and Mistress Meg, welcome new members to the channel. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Here, the recognition of dog bite wounds is not within the common knowledge of a lay person and requires expert testimony. And Dr. Russell is a qualified expert as to these topics. She's a board-certified emergency medical doctor with over 30 years of experience, is trained in forensic pathology, and has conducted over 500 autopsies. With respect to dog bites specifically, Dr. Russell has treated hundreds of wounds resulting from dog attacks during her time as an emergency room doctor and co-authored peer-reviewed articles on the treatment of law enforcement canine bites in the emergency room. Lastly, informing her opinion in this case, Dr. Russell conducted a differential diagnosis based on the pattern of the victim's wounds and their characteristics, and supported her theory with references to peer-reviewed publications. Use of a differential diagnosis is a standard scientific technique of identifying the cause of a medical problem. Accordingly, the court finds that Dr. Russell's testimony satisfies the 5 foundational elements, and therefore... will allow Dr. Russell to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. In so ruling, the court recognizes that on cross-examination, the Commonwealth demonstrated, among other things, that Dr. Russell's expertise primarily concerns the treatment, not the identification of dog bites, that her evaluation of the abrasions failed to consider all available information, that she has not compared the abrasions with the dentition of the German Shepherd in question because it was unavailable. Because the Alberts rehomed that canine. And my humble opinion is that the Alberts rehomed that canine right into the fucking dirt. That thing is buried in a shallow grave somewhere in Canton. I do not think that anything... Ooh, thank you. Have grilled cheese. Be jealous. Like I said, I think they rehomed that dog right into the ground. But that being said, the dog's unavailable, so she obviously can't compare it with the dentition of the dog. And that her opinion is inconsistent with findings that there was no canine DNA in the area of the victim's clothing near the abrasions. So DNA doesn't automatically transfer. I mean, DNA gets everywhere, but pulling up touch DNA out of anything is always it's a gamble. However, the court concludes that these issues go to the weight of Dr. Russell's testimony, not its admissibility, and can be addressed during cross-examination at trial. See Hines 487 Massachusetts at 218. In evaluating admissibility, a judge does not determine whether to credit the expert's ultimate opinion. So it's not the judge's job to find out the whether the opinion is good or not. That there are some states who have adopted or have not adopted Daubert, and I can't remember what it's called, but they go with the old standard, and that actually does go to the credibility of the expert witness's testimony itself. But Massachusetts is a Daubert state, and the judges properly determined that she's passed Daubert. Now, some people said that she was limited to only speaking about the dog bite recognition, that she wasn't able to talk about any other medical stuff, despite being obviously qualified as a medical practitioner and specifically like a trauma doctor. But I didn't see that in the ruling.
Maybe not Pee Wee Herman. Sitting behind the podium. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's data from Star Trek Next Generation.
Yeah, I don't know what that person is. I see what you're saying now.
I would say, fuck you and your grilled cheese. But you are a skinny fuck who needs to put on some weight, so eat up.
True. They did find pig DNA on his arm and clothing. That's weird. Someone go out there and rub some bacon on him. Oh, wait. Is that just a cop joke? Did I just fall for a cop joke in the wild? Dang it. I hate you if that was a cop joke. Good cop joke, though. Excuse me. It wasn't a cop joke. Dog chew, most likely. Dog pig ear. Okay, I see what you're saying. I thought you're just, I thought cops pigs. I don't know. I thought you guys were being jerks. I support the jerkiness. Okay, so back to where we were with this Commonwealth motion to preclude inadmissible hearsay. So this is Proctor's thing. Let's get back to it. All right. So the defense noticed that it intends to call 4 individuals who have phone numbers associated with a federally protected and confidential series of text messages from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. That's all we got to before I got distracted earlier. The defense intends to offer the communications of 9 individuals, only 3 of whom had partial contact names saved within Michael Proctor's personal cell phone. For the substantive truth of those statements, excuse me. That's not true. That's not true. They're not trying to prove that Karen Reed had a flat ass or that she has a leaky balloon knot. They're not trying to prove that she's hot. That is not for the truth of the matter asserted. And that's a flat out and obvious lie. Remember, hearsay is inadmissible when it's intended to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement itself. So the statement has to be about something, and you have to be offering it for the truth of what's in that statement. They're not offering it to talk about the physical characteristics of Karen Reed. They're offering it to say that this guy was conducting an investigation and this is how he's talking. So that's not for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't know that it's quite state of mind evidence under the exception, but it doesn't matter because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted anyway. Of note, the confidential record indicates there were a total of 38,707 text messages exchanged within this group, beginning on October 18th, 2021, ending August 31st, 2022. That's a lot of text still. They kind of stack up and you lose track of them, but that's a lot of text. It's not even a year. The defense seeks to introduce a limited portion of text messages attributed to being exchanged by 9 individuals that occurred over 3 years ago, Who cares when they occurred? They occurred at an obviously relevant time. It's like, well, it was over 3 years ago. It was when they're investigating this case. Like, what are you talking about, you moron? I hate that guy. I hate Brennan so much.
Nick was dreaming he was eating my grilled cheese as he ate that one he made. Mine is more gooey, Nick, remember? And I love me a micropeen.
Yeah. Text vet, you're killing me today. I hate you.
Garrett Wing's best friend brought his World Award winning Belgian Malinois to my work and gave me a demonstration of what went down. How do PPL believe an imploding taillight bit John's arm? Micropene.
It's 28 in the micropeens. We're moving along very, very well. So it's confusing because the kind of implication early on is, yeah, that the glass shattered and like these glass bits lacerated his arm. But when the expert was just testifying at the end of the state's case, it's more that his arm was here and the shattered, like the jagged edges of the shattered taillight came across his arm this way, kind of sideswiped him and caught him. And that's what caused the injuries. I don't really buy that. It's just the only way it could happen. But there are severe problems with this that they didn't really get into with the expert, which bothers me a lot. But the only way this could happen is if he's turned the other way, right? Because it's the right taillight on his right arm. So he has to be turned and opposite to the car's orientation. So he has to be back to the car for the, for the glass to catch his arm. And the glass, the way it was shattered, would only catch his arm on reverse. It wouldn't catch it going forward. The shatter pattern was on the front end of the tail light, right? So it's on the front. So that means that the jagged edges would have to scrape coming backwards, not going forwards. It wouldn't make sense. They'd be pulling away going forwards. So on the coming backwards is how they would actually dig in. So you've got John O'Keefe turned around sideways, getting scraped, but the scrapes don't look like they go that way to me. They don't look like they go back to front. So I don't know. I have tons of problems with the idea that this is a scrape. But yeah, so what was but yeah, so that's where the testimony kind of ended up with the expert. But at first it did sound like they were trying to use like an explosion theory that it shattered and launched into him. Okay, so here we go. Preliminarily, it is the defendant's burden to satisfy the requirement of authenticating these communications by producing sufficient evidence to support a finding that the communication is what the defense claims it is to be. And so that's why they used Proctor's dumb friend. I don't remember his name, but the first witness today. They used him specifically to authenticate the text. Do you recognize these? Does this look like an accurate representation of the text messages that would have been exchanged by this group? And he says yes, even though it's crazy because like he didn't go through and read them all, and they very easily could have put in another text message or two like that. They could be manipulated, but I don't think, it'd be a terrible decision to do that. But it's like when you talk about like the reality of what the guy said. He's like, oh yeah, this looks accurate. It's like, how would you know? It's 3 years ago, 30, like there's a good point brought up here that's 38,000 text messages from 3 years ago. There's no way this guy remembers every exact text, but the ones that were read in court were very explicit and way out of pocket for what should be being stated in an ongoing investigation, right? Like they should not be talking about the physical attractiveness of Karen Reed or any of her physical ailments, including being a no-ass having catch you next Tuesday. Like they shouldn't do that, but they did. So he probably would remember those specific text messages like that, but just have a blanket authentication of these 38,000 messages is insane, in my opinion. The defense must not only establish, that the communication was authored by the witness on the stand. So this is interesting because obviously the author is not on the stand. What is this? What is this nonsense? Hold on.
Who gets your micropeen to go macropeen more? Auntie Bev's gooey grilled cheese or Karen's leaky balloon knot? Answer, motherfucker. You're welcome for your newfound bulimia problem.
This is not fair. This is a false choice fallacy. There are other options, like a slow and painful and wicked death. You're horrible.
When I found out about the pizza casserole, I also learned Kurt does not, in fact, crush pissers. He, in fact, crushes tweezers with his micro penis.
Man, I don't know what to do with that video. It's too long. It's 2 hours to go through, and most of it, I was showing my son last night. We had that synchronicity. So I woke up at like 1:30 in the morning. I'd been sleeping a while, and I was hungry. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go make some food. And I go out and I'm starting to make some food, and I think I was making eggs. We have a lot of eggs right now, so I'm trying to cook them so they don't go bad. But my son walks upstairs and he's like, hey, I was asleep, so I just woke up. And he had taken a nap early on in the evening, and yeah, so he woke up. So then we were just hanging out talking for a while. It was really fun. But I was like, hey, I got to show you this guy, because he started telling me about someone's cooking video, and I've got a cooking video for you. And so we're sitting there, and he's like, this is the most boring content I've ever seen. Like, he's terrible. I'm like, I know. I keep sending him note cards, and he doesn't listen to me. They all say, check yes or no if you like me or not first. So maybe I need to put that after the message of, Kurt, you're fucking boring. You got to talk. But he's like, this is so boring. It's so unengaging. What is he doing? I'm like, I don't know. You should call him. Like, you should call him and tell him that he sucks or whatever. But he didn't want to do that. I'm just kidding. I didn't say that to my child. I should have, though, because it would have been funny and he would have laughed at it. But it was a great conversation that we had making fun of Kurt in the middle of the night. But I'm watching that thing and I'm like, because I've only really explored the end and, you know, a little bit when he first starts cooking it, and he's got his meat mitts into the beef and the sausage and he's mixing it up. That was 4 pounds of meat that he put in that pizza casserole that he made for himself. It was 4 pounds of meat. Whoa. And that wasn't even counting the pepperoni that he put in there afterwards. Like, so you not only had the mix up, you also had the pepperoni. Just disgusting. Anyway. But yeah, my son's just like, well, what's he doing? He's just sitting there breathing. And I'm like, well, it was hard. He shifted from left to right. It was very difficult for someone of his size.
All lawyers have physical oddities, apparently. Your bitch shoulders, Kurt's micropene, Sean's Buddha-esque physique, Andrew's eye, Danny's amazing ass.
You leave my bitch shoulders out of this. That's good.
Objection overruled. If you see a man fighting with a pregnant woman, you have to step in to make it a 2-on-2 unless you have a micro peen.
It's like, bro, power. The slap a hose commence. That's good. All right, we're up to 32 micropeens. My goodness, the progress on this is astounding. Okay, back to the important stuff. Stuff everybody cares about. Okay, so you have to prove that it was authored by the witness on the stand, but also the statements of others in the group, including Michael Proctor. Okay, that is, what is that sentence? Hold on, like, let's try this again. This is from an English perspective. The defense must not only establish that the communication was authored by the witness on the stand, but also the statements of others in the group, including Michael Proctor. That's not a sentence, Bev. That doesn't make any sense. The first part does, but once you get to the comma break with comma but also the statements of others in the group, including Michael Proctor, those need what? What do those need? Because the implication would be that you need to prove that those communications were written by the authors, by the witness on the stand, because that's how the sentence reads if you just use basic English and try and figure it out. But I think what she was trying to say is that the statements of others in the group, including Michael Proctor, they have to authenticate that those communications were authored by the other people in the group and Michael Proctor. I think that's what it is. God, that's just garbage writing. This is a judge. We're moving up to 33 micropeens because we have Cherry Pow Pow say validating the counts, micropeen. There we go. Okay, this will require the judge to determine relevance and admissibility of each communication depending on who authored the communication and whether it is sufficient for a reasonable jury to find by a preponderance of the evidence that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. Massachusetts guidelines for evidence, because again, they don't have rules of evidence. Section 901B 1.4. And that's also Commonwealth versus Welch. Of note, prior to authentication, no communication should be displayed or read to the jury. Obviously, Bev disagreed with that. And that's got a footnote here. It says, Bowden does not permit the defendant to ask questions without proper foundation or questions that are replete with unauthenticated inadmissible hearsay solely to infect the jury. See generally Commonwealth versus Avila. Quote, the more wide-ranging the defendant's attack on the police investigation, the broader the Commonwealth's response may be. That quote doesn't make any sense. That quote doesn't say what the rule that they're trying to impose says. God, I hate bad legal writing. It's infuriating because legal writing is annoying to do. When people are good at it, it shows. When people are bad at it, it really shows. But man, that's just garbage. Furthermore, the text messages contain hearsay upon hearsay, and each statement and text message must conform with an exception to the hearsay rule. That's Massachusetts Guideline for Evidence 805. I talked about that earlier. There are no applicable exceptions. Wrong. You got a state of mind exception, I guess. I actually almost don't agree with Bev on that because I'm not sure how any of those statements are about Proctor's state of mind in any way. They may demonstrate a state of mind. I think they're, I think the admissibility of those statements actually goes towards the state of mind of the person that the witness that they had on the stand. I'm like, how does this make you feel? What is your state of mind during this? But that's not the rule. But they don't have any rules. They just have guidelines. Very weird. This is a very weird. Massachusetts is stupid. We should throw it into the ocean where it belongs. Michael Proctor is available to testify and could authenticate and perhaps adopt and acknowledge the statements sought to be introduced. But you may not, if you don't need him to, you don't have to call him. Massachusetts does not recognize a residual exception to the hearsay rule. While Bowden preserves a defendant's right to attack the adequacy of the police investigation, that attack is still constrained by the rules of evidence. Nothing in the Bowden case authorizes a defendant to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. Commonwealth versus Raposa. Further, quote, the exclusion of evidence of a Bowden defense is not constitutional in nature and therefore is examined under abuse of discretion standard. That's a little nod. Hat tip to the judge, like, hey, you get a lot of leeway on this. It's all up to you. Abuse of discretion is an extremely hard standard to meet on appeal. Moreover, the statements are inadmissible for the purpose of showing Michael Proctor's state of mind, nor the state of police knowledge. Quote, hearsay testimony to explain the reasons for police action, however, carries a high probability of misuse because a witness may relate historical aspects of the case replete with hearsay statements in the form of complaints and reports, even when not necessary to show the state of police knowledge. This is quoting Commonwealth versus Rajiv. Now I'm gonna disagree with this in principle, because these are not general statements that are proper. In fact, the impropriety of the statements themselves should exclude them from this analysis, because these are not statements about the state of police knowledge. These are statements about Karen Reed's ass. Like, that is completely improper, and I would argue that those statements were outside the scope of his duties as a police officer, and therefore outside of that scrutiny. Therefore, out of court statements to a police investigator, in this case attributed to Michael Proctor, he is the investigator. He's not making statements to someone else. In his capacity as the case officer assigned, are permitted, one, only through the testimony of a police officer, who must testify only on the basis of personal knowledge, is limited to the facts required to establish the officer's state of knowledge, is allowed when the police action or state of police knowledge is relevant to an issue in this case. So that's the motion that was filed this morning, or no, not this morning. It was filed May 29th, but it may have only hit the e-docket this morning. And then motion for reciprocal discovery. The defense noticed that it is intends to call Kelly Dver as a witness in their case. Commonwealth moves pursuant to Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14 for all written communications, including prior inconsistent statements and a summary of all oral communications made to any member of the defense team. So there's a new witness being called in by the defense, Kelly Dver. So now they're doing just a routine discovery demand, so that they have all the statements that are available. So here's just a blowing up of this, and we've got a back and forth going here. This is legal chess. The state didn't call Proctor. The state wanted the defense to call Proctor, so then the state could have Proctor on cross, so they could limit the damage that would be done, because they could guide him through his testimony. But the defense seems to have pulled a hoodwink, a rope-a-dope, so to speak, because they don't seem to want to call Proctor to the stand. So it's like the defense indicated that they wanted to call Proctor. They had Proctor's text messages. They were very successful with them in the previous trial. And so the defense got the state to believe that the defense would be willing to call him to get these text messages in, show the inadequacy of the investigation, that they would have to call him. But they had an alternative plan that they're trying to run. That alternative plan is to not call him at all, which means that the state doesn't get to use the lead investigator in the case. Like that, for what it's worth right there, that's damaging to the state's case, and they know it. They were going to try and get his investigation results in on cross-examination during the defense's case in chief, and now the defense isn't going to call him. That's funny. There's some good legal jujitsu going on.
When you have a micro penis and don't get sexual pleasure because you are crusty ginger, you turn to food, the third most pleasurable thing a human can do. 4 pounds of meat. The constipation must be bad.
No wonder Kurt seems like he's full of shit most of the time. Chat GPT knows it too.
Nailed it. Oh. Do we know if he's on the Massachusetts Brady list? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I'm not a Massachusetts attorney. Let's see. Okay, so recap of today so far. They authenticated the text messages through Proctor's dumb friend. That guy was that guy's you ever like go to someone's house, like a relative or something, and you have to like go through their stuff? I don't know, maybe they've died or they're moving and you're helping out. And you like open a drawer and then there's just a bunch of mismatched screws and bolts and crap like that in like a little tub. That's what that guy was. He's completely useless. In general. Like you could tell the way he talked, he just sounded like a moron. That being said, he was up on the stage. His whole purpose was to authenticate, which he just did. He's like, yeah, all these texts looks right. It's like, there's no way you know that. Like, there's no way on earth that from your skimming that thing for a whopping minute and a half that you actually know that those are all accurate texts. But that's what he says, is that they are. And so then the defense is now authenticated and laid foundation for these text messages to come in through this guy. I don't know where the text messages are going to be used, though. I mean, they read a couple of them. Brennan read them. He was trying to get out ahead of the text messages. Like, these are terrible texts that you didn't write, right? Like, you didn't write. You didn't even respond to these, did you? Like, no, I did not. He's like, of course you did. You didn't respond. You didn't write anything. You didn't write nothing. You wrote nothing. No, I didn't. So he tries to get out ahead of him, but the defense didn't seem to care about actually reading the text messages. So I'm not sure where they're going to come in, but probably on a different witness. Brady lists a list of cops you wouldn't want on the stand. They have credibility issues. Okay, that makes sense. Brady violations, the failure to disclose exculpatory evidence, etc. So that makes some sense. But no, I have no idea if he's on their list at all. All right. What else do we have to talk about here? We've successfully killed 40 minutes of the lunch break. Oh, man. I got to get my grilled cheese out. Hell yeah. So I'm trying to get an answer from someone who knows. I asked Betterow, Mark Betterow, I guess. He tweeted out, the witness is being held hostage by the blue wall. They should be close to seeking a ruling on having her declared as a hostile witness. So I asked if Massachusetts not have a rule to automatically treat any law enforcement as hostile for the defense. And I got a response that was completely useless. It says defense called her, so no. Yes, I know the defense called her, but that's why she would be treated as hostile. Wisconsin, for example, any police officer that you're calling as a defense, as a defense attorney, you automatically, they're treated as a hostile witness and you can lead them. And the obvious reason is because you're the defense and you're having to call a law enforcement agent, but your opponent is the law enforcement agency. So I'm surprised that Massachusetts doesn't have a rule on that similar to Wisconsin's rule. It seems like such a straightforward and obvious thing to have. Have tomato soup next time to dip the grilled cheese into. Sometimes I'm not always a fan. This is good. I've got white American cheese on it because I don't know, racist or whatever. That's a good sandwich. Lady Rackets can grill some cheese. There would have been cheese pull if I would have eaten it when it was a little warmer. Yeah, exactly.
White bread ass niggas, man.
Hmm. Do the other 5 get a piece at least? A crumb for each child. Here you go. Open up your mouth. Daddy will feed you. So yeah, what else you guys want to talk about while we wait? Oh, wait, I was talking about the witnesses. So we had the dummy come in and authenticate the text. Then we had the very hostile former law enforcement chick who so obviously was instructed to lie. Like, that is the most obvious thing. Her story that she tells, like, oh, that sounds like someone who is being told it, like, you need to lie and do the right thing here, protect back the blue, so to speak. So she was up there. Things got really touchy between her and Alan Jackson. Speaking of touching, why don't you touch the like button while you're here if you're enjoying the show? Really helps out. Really appreciate it. So we had that testimony from her. That was kind of fun. A good exchange back and forth. And now we're on Dr. Mima, as people call her, the grandma with the oldest medical degrees in history. I think she created the program. And by the program, I mean doctor. Just being a doctor at all. But she's there to talk about this dog bite. That's where we're at. She's a very good witness. She comes across extremely credibly. She seems so sweet and nice because she's old. But you know that old dog bites back. Like, you know that she is, I mean, she's a trauma doctor. She's seen a lot. And in my experience, people who see a lot of pain and death and violence or whatever, that, they actually kind of lose their patience for self-moderation. So, like, I bet she's really funny and tells, like, I bet she has very little filter on her when she's relaxed and, like, telling jokes and stories and stuff.
I currently have the Crusty Gingers stream up, and it's so quiet and boring that I haven't muted it yet. Also, grab another bowl and start lifting. You look like you came from one of those camps.
Maybe I did. My nose is large. I hate you. A person who Gates of Above. I haven't even read it, but I read the first couple words and I hate you.
Qu'est-ce que c'est? Un médecin légiste suffisamment expérimenté pour étudier le micro-pénis de Kurt.
He basically just said this person is qualified to look at Kurt's micropenis. If you don't understand French. That's a rough and basic translation. Man, I love French, the French language. I really do. I am not in any way anywhere near proficient in it. I can use it to, like, get directions and order food and stuff like that and avoid dying, but it's always so long between when I use French in any conversational manner, so I lose a lot of it, but it comes back pretty quick. And man, I actually really enjoy the French language. I mean, sure, that makes me a little homosexual, I guess is the word. But I don't care. I don't care. It's too good. How are we doing over here? Let's see. We have about 15 minutes before the court is back in session. Island says, Brennan hates Mima because she saw the news and contacted the defense. They didn't find her. She saw the arm pick and volunteered as an expert. That's a good expert right there. It's like, I've seen that before. That's yeah, that makes sense. Brennan seems like such a petty loser. Polycat is trying to steal your chicken nuggets. Does Nick like chicks with hairy pits? No, disgusting. I didn't say I like French people. Don't do that to me. I just like the language. How long is this break? Rachel, it's an hour. 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 Central is when we'll be picking back up. According to Bev's, instruction. There's an hour-long lunch. You have to ask yourself, do you take pride in speaking French? Oh, oui, oui. That was the oddest French accent you've ever heard. Ronnie O'Neill's. Could you imagine him running around in French, chopping people up with an axe? Language is the essence of a people, so you do like the French. No, I just like their essence. Cover me in French essence. Ew. So, Peter Tragos, lawyer, big shout out, fantastic hair. He stated that he thought that the law enforcement chick, Dver, whatever her stupid name was. I like how she got mad about it. Now I don't remember. Devers. He said that the law enforcement chick was good for the state and bad for the defense. I disagree thoroughly. I think that's a terrible take. Although generally he's a really sharp guy, and so it's worth paying attention to the take. I just think it's wrong. No hatred or malice towards him, of course, for having a wrong opinion. Although people who have a wrong opinion should be thrown into the sea. What do you guys think about that? Let's take I think this is a good thing to do, actually. I've got Turtle Boy's Twitter up. He's in the jury or in the courtroom today. So he says this is much stronger testimony from Dr. Russell as she analyzes the wounds piece by piece and explains exactly how they came from a dog bite. 17 of the 18 jurors began taking notes when Dr. Marie Russell definitively stated that the wounds on John O'Keefe's arm came from a dog attack. That was a headshot moment from the expert. That's everything they could have possibly wanted her to say. Lay out her credentials, which are phenomenal, and then set it down right there. They were from a dog attack. Unequivocal, not could be from a dog attack, not potentially from a dog attack. They're from a dog attack. Not some car BS or some other nonsense like, oh, maybe, and if he stands in a certain way and we paint his arm like a moron, then it came from a car. No, it's from a dog attack. And I'm an expert in it, so that's how we know. Gen X Medic says, Nick, can you imagine if Kurt had the presence to have just made fun of you after the micropene started? Instead, he got angry, almost like a dwarf. I know, it's so funny. Because it wasn't even that bad. I hadn't even really gotten started yet.
When I suggested Kurt go to a Home Depot, I failed to realize that I should have said playground for that. I am deeply disgusted.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Oh, no, I'm not going to do maybe I'll do it during the break. I have some ideas that need to get posted. Okay, back to this. Sorry. Got distracted. All right. Yeah. John O'Keefe's arm came from the dog attack. Chloe was inside the house, which means John O'Keefe was too. Oh, so Chloe and John O'Keefe. Who's Chloe? you got timed out in Kurt's chat for talking about his micropene. I do not endorse or condone going to Kurt's chat to talk about his micropene, but that's fucking hilarious. Double Trend says, oh, wait, here we go.
Brandon is going to be mean to me more and show the court he too has matching micropeens like Kurt.
Being mean to an old lady witness is a really, really risky move. I mean, she has been composed and professional, and, like, being mean to her is not going to look good. All right, so Turtle Boy has passed 130,000 subscribers. Good job, Turtle Boy. I guess. Kelly Dver, FBI interview summary. This is from Carrie Ann. Quote, she recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dver thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Sally Port of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside and then was in the presence of important evidence. She was sitting at dispatch by herself and saw on the camera outside the Sally Port when they walked in. She never saw them leave, but recalled thinking to herself that they were in the Sally Port for a wildly long time together in there. Well, he's a ton of fun. I mean, to be fair, he's a lot of fun. And he might have been giving Berkowitz all the Higgins he could handle. Maybe that's what was going on. Maybe in the back of the Lexus. Who knows? The possibilities are endless. My goodness, it's quite a detailed, false and distorted memory. That is a weird one. Very, very strange thing where she's like, yeah, but then I was informed that I couldn't possibly be right. Really? Informed by who? By the media. The media showed me that that memory must have been wrong. But how? Does anybody know how she was shown that that memory was wrong? I didn't catch how it was wrong. Just that she said that it was wrong now. You guys know me. I really hate jury analysis from anybody, but it's Turtle Boy. He's so ingrained in this case that I think I think his insight is interesting anywhere. But I always take it with a grain of salt. Any jury analysis. Yep, we have Andrea downstairs here. We'll get to it and see what let's see what she's saying.
Well, the difference, honey.
Hold on.
Offensive. Just like you don't remember my name. I don't remember. Well, the difference, honey, is that your name doesn't matter at all. Nobody gives a shit who you are or how your name is pronounced. You are not actually the main character in any of this.
I love her. She's hilarious. Because like every time I see Andrea, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be like a good discussion or whatever. And then she comes out and just sledgehammers someone straight in the face. It's like she's funny. Okay, so back to Turtle Boy. After showing the photo to the jury, many of them began writing in their notebooks, occasionally looking up at the picture. Picture of John's arm are what convinced me that he wasn't hit by a car. It's the most powerful piece of evidence the defense has. I agree 100%. You'll never convince 12 people those aren't dog bites. I never say never when it comes to a jury, but it's a really it so obviously looks like a dog bite to me. It doesn't even I mean, it does. There's no way that looks like a car. That's the main thing, is that the alternative theory presented by the state seems so impossibly wrong.
It's really funny that she said, I don't know why I'm here. I wasn't even part of this case. Yet she knew exactly why she was called, because white girl changed her testimony. Micropene.
Of course she knows why she was there. She was told to do the right thing by her boss in regards to being on the stand in this case. Like, oh, I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you claim to see to the involved people who are potential alternative suspects, or at least suspects in the cover-up. You saw them in the Sally Port where the evidence was held with no one else in there. Like, that is, since you said that, that's why you're there. It's not a mystery here. Come on, sweet cheeks. Let's stop pretending to be so stupid. Brandon says she said she realized she was wrong based on the defense timeline of when they said the car arrived to the PD. That's dumb too. What? So she fully remembers with complete accuracy the time that she was looking at this camera, but then the defense timeline comes in and suddenly it's wrong. Well, I mean, did you see Higgins and Berkowitz go in to the Sally Port? Plus, we know that all clocks are different by several seconds.
I always knew Bono was gay. Didn't think he would create a song about Kurt's micropene. And I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Again, it's an out of nowhere joke. I was like, what is he talking about with Bono? Okay, so here we go. Back to the this. Defense is beating Hank to the punch, anticipating all of his cross-examination gotcha questions. How did she get involved in this case? She read the Boston Globe and saw the part about dog bites, so she took an interest in it. Tough luck, Spanky. Who called Hank Spanky first? Like, where'd that come from? I know Jeff said it, but like, did Jeff coin it or did someone else coin it? Who started it? Oh, court should be back really soon. We'll keep an eye over there. Let's see. So Dr. Russell points out that the only the top teeth of dogs bite down because the victim usually tries to pull away. The idiots who pretend Karen Reed is guilty often point out how there are no lower teeth marks on John O'Keefe's arm. Mystery solved. Dumbass. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know if I buy that entirely. I think you could expect I think it's reasonable to expect the presence of some lower teeth bites somewhere. Because like a dog biting your arm, it's like, well, I'm really gentle on the bottom. That doesn't make sense to me. By the way, the tension in this very small courtroom between Alan Jackson and Kelly Dver, as the judge looked on and the gallery gasped, was more entertaining than anything I witnessed in the first trial. Do you think in that moment Jackson and Dver were lovers? In some alternative timeline, crossed over for just a moment to bring serendipity into the courtroom? I don't. Aiden says, I was charged with felony witness intimidation for telling witnesses to do the right thing and tell the truth because the Commonwealth contends this is coded messaging for say what I want to say. BPD Commissioner Michael Cox, whose name rocks, told Officer Kelly Dver to do the right thing, at which point she completely changed her testimony from the federal grand jury. There you go. Yeah, what they're doing to Turtle Boy in Canton, like that alone should be evidence that there's corruption in Canton. Didn't one or both of the Alberts destroy their phones? I'm sure it was just time to switch plans or whatever. So lawyer, had said that Dver was good for the state. Better, I was disagreeing with him here. I don't know, Peter. The jury knows she told the FBI after 1,001 warnings she saw Higgins, Berkowitz, and Sally Port for a wildly long time on January 29th. The same Berkowitz who later found a piece of taillight. Then she leaves CPD, goes to John O'Keefe's department, and is told by the commissioner directly to do the right thing. And all of a sudden, she can't remember what she detailed, and then accuses the defense of threatening her with perjury. In a case where the defense is a police cover-up, Dver appears like a poster child for the blue wall protecting their own. The sequestration issue is meaningless here. So there you go. Aidan Kearney says Kelly Dver refuses to answer the question that if she kept her story straight, the one she told the FBI, that Higgins and Berkowitz were alone with Karen Reed's car in a Sallyport garage, that her entire job would be on the line. Multiple jurors are looking back in their notebooks, perhaps to reread their notes on Sarah Levinson's testimony. They're like, that's the one with the puffy cheeks, who looks like she likes cake. This is so much better than PowerPoints about PowerPoints. Bro, I'm saying. How are people still using PowerPoints? Like, how is that still a thing? Everyone hates them. And they're like, you know what? We're going to keep these going. That seems like a good idea. Dver admits she is close friends with Sarah Levinson and has violated the sequestration order by watching trial footage. Betterow says that the sequestration order doesn't matter. What is, I wonder what the, hold on, I'm going to see if I can find the order real quick. Da, 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 da. So I wanted to see Turtle Boy was exempt from the sequestration order because he was facing charges for witness intimidation and could potentially be called as a witness by the prosecution. There you go. Judge allowed him to be exempt, but with the exception that he could not attend court when the witnesses he was accused of intimidating were testifying. Which witnesses is he accused of intimidating? McAlberts? All of them? Wait, who got canceled on Kurt's chat? Bestie Rose, who got canceled over there? Or me? Is it me who got canceled over there? They did not want me. I'm just looking at this stuff. So this would have been, just recently written. Bessie Rose, who got canceled over on Kurt's chat? I didn't catch who that was. I'm so interested in what Kurt's up to these days. In one of the most electric moments of Karen Reed's retrial, a former Canton police officer alleged Reed's lawyers threatened her with a perjury charge if she did not testify. She saw witness Brian Higgins and former Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz in the station's garage with Reed's SUV. I'm sure they said, do you know what perjury is? Have you heard of perjury, madam? But that's not threatening with a perjury charge. They can't bring a perjury charge. She knows that. Swamp Bears' thoughts on the case in Colorado over the weekend. They just upped it from just terrorism to capital murder. What Colorado case are we talking about?
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Okay, Ronnie, I'll bite. Why did the chicken cross the road?
To warn the neighbors of Kurt's proclivities and micro penis.
We're up to 40 micropeens today. Thank you. Talking about me getting timed out. Well, I don't know. I wanted to know what she was talking about. Bessie says, damn, what was Andrea talking about? Andrea was talking about the witness chick, Devers. Kelly Dver. Dver. I don't know how to pronounce it. She was talking about her. She snapped back because attorney Alan Jackson pronounced her name wrong.
All right, Mr. Leslie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon and welcome back, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor, if we could please publish Exhibit 1 in evidence.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk. Dr. Russell, do you recognize Exhibit 1 from your review of the documents in this case?
Yes.
And what is it that Exhibit 1 represents?
It's a picture of the forearm of the decedent.
And we left off at lunch, and I'm not going to cover too much old ground, just to reorient ourselves back to where we were.
There we go.
You were discussing the basis of your opinion. And
I thought I'd clicked it. I'm
you
sorry.
said that these wounds were caused by.
I'm looking at Mima's nudes.
Why don't you restate? Well, let's continue on in the basis of your opinion. Let's just continue on. Can you go through what is in Exhibit 1 and describe how it is that you came to your opinion?
Well, I observed multiple patterns of striations or linear abrasions.
I'm sorry to interrupt you so soon. Do you have the pointer in case you want to use that available?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's multiple groupings of linear abrasions, and linear means
I'll give you some linear abrasions.
like a line, linear. So there's multiple of those, and here's
Linear
one.
and linfar.
Here's another one closer to the elbow. Here's another one closer to the wrist, and here's another array of linear abrasions near the elbow.
In terms of these wounds, in assessing their source, do you look at them individually, collectively, or both?
Both. I look at them individually, and then I put them in context of how they relate to one another.
And how they relate to one another, is there a name of that methodology that you use in terms of how they relate to each other?
Well, I think it's a pattern methodology, pattern recognition.
And what pattern is it that you see here with regard to all of these wounds on the right arm?
Well, I see multiple linear groupings together in a area from the mid arm to the mid forearm.
Is there any analysis of direction that is involved in your analysis?
Yes.
What is it?
I believe that these wounds were initiated closer
Maybe like
to
a
the
year at a
anterior
spa.
surface or the front of the forearm.
I'm sorry, Dr. Russell, to interrupt you, but there's a fan back here which I can hear, but if you could just keep your voice up, that would be great for me.
Yes, I believe they all started closer to the anterior or front portion of the arm. Like they started up here here, up here, and the direction is towards the posterior portion of the arm.
Now, if we could just go back briefly, I want you to do a comparison. If we could go back, Your Honor, please, back to Exhibit 157 that we had up earlier.
Okay.
Get some Japanese
I'm sorry.
massage.
167.
All the Asian massage places around here are just whorehouses.
As
with
between
sex-trafficked women.
167
It's really
and
depressing.
1, which one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe
So I have to
was
go
located?
when I go to a real city.
The previous one.
All right, so let's go back to the previous one. So that one is closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located on January 29 of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so January 29, 2022, if we can go back to Exhibit 157, or 67, excuse me, 167, can you tell when this picture was taken from the depiction?
Well, it says January 31st.
Okay, so is that the basis for you saying that the Exhibit 1 was closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located?
Yes.
All right, so I want to do another comparison, have you do another comparison of the two. If you can look at what is depicted in Exhibit 167, and now go back to 1 and see if you see any differences at all as to what's depicted. Do you see any differences with regard to the wounds on the arm, or the arm just in general? Let's go back to see that now. Let's go back to 167.
Well, the coloration of the photograph is slightly different.
And what do you mean the coloration?
Well, the skin tones here
Yeah,
are
obviously
more
adjusted the color on
yellow
this.
than they are in the previous photograph.
And what
And-
The reds are different too.
do you have a conclusion as to why there is a difference in skin tone in this exhibit compared to Exhibit 1?
Well, it could just be technique, lighting
He died
technique.
instantly from this impact.
I do see some lividity on the chest, postmortem lividity, and that's what that means is pooling of the blood, which happens after death.
Can you explain to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. So, blood follows the laws of gravity, and the blood will settle to the dependent parts of the body. In this case, the body, the body of Mr. O'Keefe is horizontal, and so the blood is going to settle from the top of the chest, which would probably be up here somewhere, down towards the back, which would be the inferior portion of the chest in that position.
You know, it's
And
entirely
likewise, it would
possible
happen on the extremities too.
that John
So
started the fight.
you just mentioned the extremities. Do you
And got
see
self-defensed
any
right into the
lividity
dirt.
on the extremity here, the right arm?
You know, actually, there is discoloration over here in the elbow area. I do see some okay. So there's several areas of lividity on the arm. I'm sorry. There's some right here. This redness right here in the near the wrist. I believe that that's postmortem lividity. I believe that this redness in here near the elbow is also postmortem lividity.
Again, it all
And,
just depends on why they're covering up the death in the first place.
Yeah,
it's because they
that's
have
I believe
Okay.
that's postmortem lividity.
illicit substances.
Again, lividity is that you said something that sets in after time, after death?
Yes, it's the pooling of blood.
Is there, with regard to this depiction, do you see any bruising with regard to that elbow?
You know, I think that initially, earlier this morning, with the lighting, I may have said that this was bruising, but now as I think about it and I see all this other lividity here, lividity over here, I believe that's postmortem lividity.
And if we could go back to Exhibit 1, and you said this is the one that's closer in time to when Mr. O'Keefe was located. Do you see any lividity or bruising with regard to that photo?
I don't see any definite bruising. I do see some discoloration up here near the shoulder. I'm not sure if that's postmortem lividity or not. It could be early postmortem lividity.
So if we could, thank you, Mr. Woe, can we take that depiction down for the moment? What I'd like to do is to, and we'll come back to that. If we could have the lights back on, please. Thank you. Have you had experience prior to this case in performing your pattern recognition methodology skills with regard to dog-inflicted wounds on humans? In other words, have you seen dog-inflicted wounds that have a pattern on humans?
I've seen dog wounds that have had a pattern. I didn't need to do it to utilize that skill because I also had other information about the case. You know, for instance, police officer or the victim himself said, you know, I was attacked by a dog.
Right. And for those that can you give an example, like in the ER, just as to how you would come to have that knowledge or otherwise? How would you generally come to have the knowledge as to a potential source of the wound?
Oftentimes it's the victim that tells me, or in the case of the law enforcement dog bites, I had both victim and police officers tell me that the police dog, inflicted these wounds.
And so and how many times generally in your career, we discussed it this morning, how many times generally did someone present with dog-inflicted wounds and you were told that these wounds were from a dog? Roughly how many in your career?
Well, all of the law enforcement dog bites. So that would be 40 to 60 or so of those. Plus, most of the non-law enforcement dog bites, the patients or the mother have said this, a dog bit me or a dog bit my son.
And for those where someone said something, the dog bit my son, were the wounds that you saw similar to or different from the wounds that are depicted in Exhibit 1 that we've had up on the screen?
On the civilian dog bites, there's some similarities, but not as many striations on the civilian dog bites.
And are the more striations on what's depicted in Exhibit 1, does that lead you to more easily conclude it's from a dog bite, or is it harder for you to conclude it's from a dog bite?
Neither.
Right. So is your prior experience as an emergency room physician, as a physician in Cochrane, does that experience allow you to exercise pattern recognition skills with regard to Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Sustained.
Do you use your pattern recognition? Did you use your pattern recognition skills in evaluating Exhibit 1 in Exhibit 157?
Yes.
In terms of characteristics of dog bites, if we can go back to Exhibit 1, please. Is Exhibit 1 highly characteristic of a dog bite or lowly characteristic of a dog bite?
Sustained.
How would you describe the characteristics of what appears on Exhibit 1?
What I see on Exhibit 1 is multiple strikes from a dog.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you please repeat your answer?
Yes.
What you see?
Multiple strikes from a dog.
And with regard to, do you see any characteristics in terms of a medical observation with regard to those strikes?
I don't understand the question.
Are you familiar with the medical term pathognomonic?
Oh, yes.
What is the definition of
Ooh.
pathognomonic?
I've never heard this term. Now I'm curious.
Pathognomonic in medicine means that the characteristics of a condition are so highly specific and unique that they basically say that it can only be from a certain condition and no other condition. So to the exclusion of all other conditions. That's what is meant by pathognomonic. At least that's my understanding.
Do you consider these wounds pathognomonic?
Yes. Sustain.
How do you evaluate these wounds in terms of what you call their characteristics?
I characterize them as highly specific for a dog attack.
I'm going to strike the last word, Mr. Wilson.
Attack?
In terms of
a dog now? Can you let her change it to bite at least?
Characteristics that you have talked about. Are there any other aspects of dog dentition that you can discern from Exhibit 1?
I don't understand the question.
You mentioned earlier when we had the dog dentition exhibit up, you mentioned an arch. Is there any aspect of Exhibit 1 that concerns an arch?
Yes. There is, in my opinion, an arch-like structure right here towards the lower part of the forearm, towards the wrist, suggesting that this here is made from the very front teeth of the dog. Now, when one looks at these injuries or wounds, one has to remember that, number one, this is not a mannequin. This is a person whose skin is somewhat elastic, whose skin will slide over the underlying bones. And so therefore, some of the wounds may have been created by the exact same teeth, for instance, but look differently, depending on the part of the anatomy, the elasticity of the skin, also depending on things like if there was clothing or something in between the teeth and the skin. So one has to consider and also there may be motion motion effects. The living victim could have been pulling away from the dog. The dog could have been, pulling or jumping and only catching a glimpse, a little slight bit of the skin with his teeth. So there's a lot of movement and things that one has to consider when an injury is inflicted on a body.
I'm going to strike that.
Can we approach Your Honor?
Strike what? What is there to strike from any of that? That shit's, it's pissing me off now.
Check your Message on the gram for a laugh at these times, and it's not a pic of Kurt's micropene.
I saw your message. It's a song. I want to preview any songs before I play them on the show. But I will check it out for sure. And we might play it tomorrow or whatever.
Nick and Kurt, a poem. Nick's nose, a prominent peak, guides his face whene'er he speaks. Kurt's pride, though tiny, stands bold, a micro tale yet to be told.
Micropene, in case the reference didn't count.
You did. No, you had it. But thank you for the explanation. Just in case I didn't get it. Oh my gosh.
Remember, kids, pedophiliac jokes about someone kids are cool. So pull out the galaxy gas and get the laughs rolling.
Why do you think pedophilic jokes about someone's kids are cool? That's weird. It's a very strange thing to stand on your hill to die on or whatever. Very odd. Very odd. Was there a request for a change of venue originally? I think they've tried to get this thing away from Bev Canoni several times. Thermacia says, because those that want pedo jokes about other people's kids are pedos. I mean, I don't know. Either way. Comedy is such a weird... It's such a weird field, right? Because a joke being a joke doesn't make it a good joke or doesn't make it a desirable joke. It's just a joke. The reference here is, I think, because someone who I quote unquote associate with is accused of making pedophilic jokes about someone else's kid. And my position on that is like, well, I don't really like that, but I also don't care. Like, I don't give a shit at all. Because I don't think making a joke makes someone into a pedophile. Because that's the accusation that's usually followed. It's like, oh, they made a pedophilic joke, therefore they're a pedophile. Well, that's ridiculous. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't prefer to hear pedophilic jokes about anyone's kids or whatever. And it's pretty rare that I find a pedophilic joke funny, but there are funny ones that have been told. Like, there's some really good jokesmiths out there who've told very funny jokes throughout the years. But trying to make an argument about like people's tolerance of something making something desirable is silly and lacks any thought or foresight on the issue, and seems to be just targeted to try and generate some sort of controversial animus towards someone. But that's retarded, so don't bother. Let's see. Viennicus Prime says, knock, knock. Who's there? Certainly not a micropenis, because that ain't knocking shit. That's true. They're very unlikely to knock. You know what I'm saying? What am I saying? Gen X Medic.
Nick, this is as harmful to the state's case. It's like worrying about the Mann Act while discussing hookup. It destroys credibility as much as a micropene.
The out of nowhere, out of context Mann Act reference. Like, oh, if you are under 18 and out of state, saying, well, wait, what? Why are you talking about this? No one was there except you. You mad because you can't eat as many casseroles than Kurt? 100%. I have no chance. My goodness. I could not eat the one pizza casserole. God, it was hideous. Dana loves Zumba. Okay, all the Michael Jackson jokes I heard in the 2000s are off limits. Got it. Exactly. Like it's a silly premise to be like, oh, someone told pedophilic joke that therefore, it's like, okay, that's not how it works. That doesn't make someone a pedophile. Stop. It doesn't make anything desirable. Now, personally, the joke is about a child that I have met. I don't know them anymore. And I don't really like to hear or entertain jokes about
If we could put the exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please.
about
Mr.
that
Wolf.
child or any of the other children that I've met or like my kids have interacted
Dr.
with.
Russell, is what's depicted
so I don't really like
on
it.
the screen
But
one
so
dog bite or more than one dog bite?
Ask it differently, Mr. Russell.
Dr.
Why?
Russell, can you determine from this depiction, how do you evaluate this depiction with regard to dog bites?
MVC, that's a terrible joke.
Well, I see several groupings of wounds. Here's one grouping up near the shoulder. Here's another distinct grouping near the elbow, but above the elbow. Here is a third grouping around the back of the elbow and the upper forearm. Here's some additional marks. I think they're separate, but I don't know exactly if they are separate dog bites or scratches. And then there's another grouping around the posterior forearm near the wrist. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's at least 4 different types of either bites or combination bite and claw marks.
Oops.
You
move
mentioned
me
claw
over.
marks. Is there any evidence of claw marks in this exhibit?
It's hard to say exactly what what these marks are. This one here, and even to a certain extent, this one here has some characteristics of both claw marks and bites. So
Even though you may not be able to determine whether it's a claw mark, can you determine, or the specific type of mark, can you determine that those are from a dog?
I believe they are, yes.
So now let's go. You mentioned, we'll switch. We can leave that up for just a moment because we're going to come right back to it. And Dr. Russell, earlier on, you used the phrase incomplete dental impression. Do you recall that?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. What phrase would you like to use? Because you were describing whether a dog or not had a complete bite. What phrase would you like to use?
That's okay. Incomplete bite,
Okay.
might
Do you
consider.
see any evidence of an incomplete bite on Exhibit 1?
I believe all of the bites here are incomplete.
Why do you come to that conclusion?
Because in my opinion, they don't penetrate the skin, which I would consider more of a bite or more of a complete bite. So they're just scratches on the surface of the skin.
When you say they don't penetrate the skin, we see the marks that are on there. What do you mean that they don't penetrate the skin?
They don't penetrate the full thickness of the skin and extend into the soft tissue underneath.
And what, in terms of incompleteness that you just described, have you observed incomplete dog bites in your career?
Many.
Roughly how many incomplete dog bites have you observed and treated in your career?
Over 100.
In our incomplete bites, the majority of bites from civilian dogs, or are they a minority of the bites from civilian dogs?
I believe they're the majority of the bites of civilian dogs.
Did you determine whether these wounds occurred at the same time?
I believe they did.
Why do you come to the conclusion that they occurred at the same time?
Because of the wound characteristics, the coloration of the wounds, the tissue reaction to the wounds. So they all timing are at the same time, around the same time.
Did you determine whether these wounds were sustained by Mr. O'Keefe before or after he died?
Before he died.
How do you reach the conclusion that these wounds were suffered by Mr. O'Keefe before he died?
Because they have what we call a vital reaction. So there is an ever so slight vital reaction or inflammation around the edges of the wounds. And so that determines that, that supports the fact that they were inflicted during life.
Dr. Russell, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe's right arm personally?
No.
Is it generally accepted in the practice of medicine, particularly emergency or pathology, to observe and determine the source of a wound from a photograph after death?
It is generally accepted.
And have you, in your career, used photographs to determine wounds and patterns of wounds?
Yes.
And is that an accepted practice?
Yes.
And it is a generally accepted practice?
Yes.
Now, in conducting we're going to switch a little bit now to what you call the differential diagnosis. In conducting your differential diagnosis with regard to motor vehicle accidents, describe for the jury how you performed that differential diagnosis with regard to the decedent. And we can leave that up for just a moment. Go ahead, Dr. Russell.
So I'm going to need to see you. Sorry, folks.
I'm going to need you to come back. Back to sidebar. Sidebar.
Micropene Kurt aside, why did the land whale and buffet connoisseur, potentially criminal, get his voice removed? That fat lady has enough fat on her body to not eat for a year and still look fat.
Because super cool Sean, who is super cool with like all the jokes and all the trolling and all the stuff that people do, he was too much of a bitch to keep his voice and image up there. That's why. Because he's a bitch and he sent in a letter to have him take it down. Take it down. Take down my voice. Yeah. Can you imagine being like, look, I need you to take my face and voice down. Like, oh my God, you're on YouTube every day. What are you worried about? Again, no one's out there being like, oh man, Kurt's really got a micro penis now. Like all these animated faces keep saying it. It must be true. I think, although I think the approach to the voices and preserving them is going to change very, very soon. I got him. Fucking fly. Sorry, I'll be right back. I gotta go get rid of this fucking thing. Snatched it right out of the air. Sorry, I had to go release the fly into the wild. Good Lord. Bet he's feeding it to his kids. Well, they need to eat something. Joe Biden, yes, we're having a very good micropene day. Very proud. Here we go. Let me get this set up. I'm working on something in a
I
different
claim
way.
my leaky balloon knot is from Crohn's, but really it's from taking a pounding so many times at the swinger parties. And yes, enough micropenes can make up for size.
Damn. I mean, just straight out, just went and said it, I guess.
Oh, fuck. Micropene is spreading from Kurt to Sean as well. They both had micropenes before they've just gone inside their bodies.
Regressive peens. Might want to look at frozen a-hole comment. Where's that? Oh, Nick is a narcissist POS father. Okay. Sounds good. Do you feel better now? I hope so. Like, I hope that helped you out. Oh my gosh. Attorney Alan Jackson, sitting next to Karen Reed, who is furiously typing on a laptop. He looks mildly frustrated. Rumors and allegations about Alan Jackson and Karen Reed's romantic involvement are not necessarily helped by this imagery. I'm a narcissist. I admit that to myself all the time. I mean, usually as a joke, but sure. I don't mind.
Kurt and Sean have micropenes and they wish they had pussies.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. I wish there was an easy way for me to update the counter.
Proceed,
Like
Your
I could
Honor.
just.
Yes. With Your Honor's permission to republish Exhibit 1.
How much do you think Jackson makes a year?
Thank you for your patience.
A lot.
Dr. Russell, is what the wounds you see on Exhibit 1 consistent or inconsistent with what you
Please,
have
by all
seen
means, bully Sean. Gravity
from your
bully Sean.
experience
I don't have to
with
do
regard
much.
to motor vehicle accident victims?
Inconsistent.
If I could have published Exhibit 206, which is in evidence, Your Honor. Do you recognize Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Did you review that as part of any report in this case?
Yes.
And can you describe how you reviewed this document as part of your evaluation of this case?
Well, I reviewed the
Micropene counter would be accurate if you
the
just include
injuries,
your own.
which are
Yeah, it's
so
funny.
this is a decedent, a picture of a decedent. A different case, not the decedent in this case, totally separate case.
And
It's
is
a
this
well-crafted
from
joke.
Dr. Welcher's report that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, so continue, please.
And so this is a person deceased, looks like in the street, and he's got multiple injuries. And this is allegedly from an auto versus pedestrian accident.
So if we could, are you able to discern any injuries to any limbs from this? If you could zoom in on the limbs, Mr. Wolf, thank you.
So there is a very extensive degloving, partially degloving, avulsion injury to the forearm of this individual, the extensive skin loss, damage to the subcutaneous tissue, possibly damage to other tissues beneath that.
And Mr. Wolk, if you could zoom back out and go to the list that is highlighted in the original of this. And Dr. Russell, can you tell me whether you evaluated the list, and if so, how did you evaluate that list in connection with the photo?
Well, the photo is limited only really to the upper chest and the right arm. And so I can't comment on any of the CAT scan findings here on this list, but this is a list of numerous traumatic injuries to this person. And regarding the arm, it says right upper extremity wound with vascular injury, clinical.
What does that mean, if anything, to you?
Well, that suggests it's a soft tissue wound. However, what they're saying is clinical, so they're not commenting on if there were any X-ray findings, for instance, on an X-ray, but I mean would be a post-mortem X-ray, and this is just a clinical diagnosis or a visual hands-on diagnosis.
Do you know whether that line that you just read relates to any part of the photograph? Any part of the photograph?
Well, I believe it relates to that injury that we pointed out in the previous photograph.
Can you switch back to that, please, Mr. Wolf? And if you could just zoom in and just what does...
So this is the wound that they are talking about. It's a large gaping wound, soft tissue wound.
If we could go back to the list, please. Zoom in, thank you.
But
please continue.
No, what I was going to say is that there are multiple other injuries in this person, multiple serious, significant injuries, subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraventricular hemorrhage, liver laceration, hemopneumothorax, that's blood and air in the chest cavity.
Not good.
Outside of the lungs. So it's in an area where it shouldn't be. This person had numerous injuries.
Are you able to compare these injuries in that photo in this exhibit 206? And did you compare them to your review of the autopsy report and other medical records of Mr. O'Keefe?
Answer the question? Oh.
You can take that down.
Unreal.
From your review, did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any liver laceration?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any gaping, as you called it, lacerations to the right forearm?
No.
Did Mr. O'Keefe sustain any pneumothorax injuries that you were describing with regard to 206?
No hemopneumothorax.
Let's switch to another topic. Let's talk about clothing of the decedent. In forming your opinion, did you consider Mr. O'Keefe's clothing in relation to his wounds?
Yes.
If we could, Your Honor, have Exhibit 150 in evidence published.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 150?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a picture of part of the hoodie, sweatshirt or shirt that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing at the time.
And wearing when?
At the time of his death.
And did you evaluate this photo as part of your review of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this. If we could please switch to, Your Honor, 147C in evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. And what is 147C?
So this is a close-up of the sleeve of that shirt that we just saw on the previous image. And there's a hole or defect here in the sleeve, which I'm circling with the pointer. And there's a label that labels it number 1. And so I see this hole that is rather round and appears to have some fabric coming out of the hole towards the exterior of the jacket or the shirt.
Did you attribute any significance to the shape of the wound? And if so, what significance?
The shape of the hole, yes. So it's rounded. I actually attributed a lot of significance to that.
Describe a lot of significance that you attributed to this hole.
Well, I believe that this hole was made by a canine tooth, and with the tooth going into the shirt, reaching the skin, and then coming out of the shirt, pulling out some fabric with it.
And we'll come back to this. If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to 147D as in David that's in evidence. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What is it?
A round hole in the shirt, again with some fabric fibers pointing towards the outside of the shirt.
Is this the same hole that we just saw on 147C or a different hole?
Could we go back? I don't know.
Okay, so let's now go back to Exhibit 150. What significance, if any, do you give to the various triangles that are on the hoodie? Could you describe to the jury what those are and what's their purpose?
So the triangles are labels that were placed by either the police or the crime lab or someone, and the point of the triangle generally is pointing towards a hole in the shirt. As you can see, there are multiple ones here, and I want to make sure that you don't confuse it with this rather large defect, which is caused by something else.
So let's start with each one, and we'll go through these quickly. Let's
Oh,
start
boy.
zoom in on number
We'll
one.
go through these quickly. It's always a lie with lawyers.
What did you conclude about the source of that hole in the hoodie?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate what is depicted as number 1 in that slide as part of your review?
Yes.
And what was your evaluation?
Sustained.
Let's go back and zoom out. Have you in your career examined clothing either as part of your forensic pathology practice or your emergency medicine practice to determine the source of defects in clothing?
Yes.
How many times have you done that approximately in your career?
Several hundred.
And have you, in those several hundred times, have you ever had to reach a conclusion as to whether there was any connection between defects in clothing and wounds to humans?
Many times.
Can you give some examples of the many times you've had to look at clothing and defects in clothing to assist you in determining wound recognition in a human?
Yes. So let me clarify. It's mostly used in forensic pathology, not so much in emergency medicine. The clothing and the cause of the wound is as important as in emergency medicine as the treatment of the wound. But in forensic pathology, it's a key component to any examination where you think that it was an unnatural death. So, so I've done it in gunshot wounds, in stab wounds, multiple times. Looking at the defects, looking at the direction of the, of what I think the bullet, bullet track was, determining entry and exit wounds. In stab wounds, I've utilized them to help determine offensive and defensive wounds or injuries. So yes, many times.
Have you ever performed that analysis? You mentioned, testified earlier, 500 to 1,000 evaluations of dog-inflicted wounds on humans. Have you ever performed the analysis of defects in clothing and compared them to wounds on humans in the context of dog-inflicted wounds on humans?
I don't think so. Perhaps.
Well, yes. So in terms of, have there been any instances of doing that in your career? Have you done that at all in your career?
Maybe that one child.
All right. So let's go now to the.
Thanks.
You were discussing the defects in the arm, as well as the wounds in the arm, and then the defects in the clothing. In terms of the, back to Exhibit 1. In terms of that pattern that is in the arm, and in terms, let's go back to the hoodie. I'll strike that. Have you, in your career, in the terms of evaluating motor vehicle accidents, have you evaluated the clothing of victims of motor vehicle accidents?
Yes.
How many times roughly have you evaluated what clothing looks like in terms of motor vehicle accidents?
Well, in many cases, I had to cut off the clothing in the emergency department, so I observed the clothing then, and then in the post-mortem cases, I evaluated the clothing, but oftentimes sometimes it wasn't helpful.
Have you ever evaluated clothing in determining whether or not the defects in the clothing are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident? Have you ever evaluated that as a forensic pathologist?
Not specifically.
Right. And in terms of your observations in either emergency medicine or forensic pathology, have you ever observed defects from motor vehicle accidents in clothing?
Yes.
Is what is depicted in this exhibit consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident?
Sustained.
In determining, let's go back to Exhibit 1, please. In determining in reaching your opinion with regard to the source of these wounds, is it necessary for you to reach that opinion to see a specific dog to determine whether the wounds are from a dog in general?
No.
And in
I need a sidebar.
your experience
I
that
need
you
it
talked
so
about
bad.
earlier today, the 500 to 1,000, was it ever necessary in that experience to go locate the dog, to see the dog, to treat or evaluate the patient?
No.
Why is it, well, in terms of, we're going to move to another category, studies. Did you review any studies informing your opinions in this case?
Can we put the lights on and take this?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Yes, many.
And did those studies that you review support or not support your conclusions in this case?
Sustain.
Which studies did you rely upon?
Well, I reviewed quite a few, 10 to 20 in depth, and I relied a lot on 2 of the articles.
Do you recall the names of the lead authors in the studies that you said, that you just referenced?
Yes, one of them was Demunic.
Could you spell that, please?
I wish. DEMUNNYCK, I believe.
And was there?
And then there was another one, Pollack, Pollack.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification these studies, 2 studies. I may be incorrect in that. If so, I have studies. I'm going to show them to Mr.
We've cracked, they're in the hopper still, but we've cracked 50
we can
micropeens. I'm breathlessly taken aback, as always.
Do you have these handed out? Okay. If I can just have a moment. Okay, I've got them. These are them. If I could have marked for identification as one document, please.
Exhibit PPP for ID.
One more, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you.
And exhibit QQQ for ID.
I have a thing to show you guys. I'm so excited.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which is what?
Exhibit PPP is the Demunic, and exhibit Q.
No. Sorry.
Yeah, I leave them with.
Was not supposed to switch them.
Thank you.
Dr. Russell, I have provided you with those 2 exhibits. I would ask you to just briefly take a look at them and let me know whether you recognize those
It's the
as
informational
articles
flyer.
that you were
I'll show you as
referencing?
soon as we have a break.
Yes.
Now let's start out with the Munich study. Is that exhibit PPP?
PP.
Right. So is this the study that you referenced earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe for the jury how that study related to the opinions in this case? Are these the studies that
That's
you
insane. Can't ask a
cite
question
to as
at
a
all.
basis for support for your opinions in this case?
Yes.
And is QQQ a study that also supports your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your conclusions with regard to, if we can go back once more to exhibit number 1.
Oh, come on. Give me just a tiny court break.
With regard to your opinion on the cause of these injuries, can you once again state your opinion as to the cause of these injuries?
I believe these injuries were caused by a dog attack.
So I'm going to strike that word.
Yeah, so
Can't use the word
Dr.
attack,
Russell,
apparently.
if you could, with regard to bite parlance, can you state what your opinion is with regard to bite? So do you have an opinion as to what caused these injuries?
Yes. I believe that these injuries are the result of dog bites and or claw marks.
And do you hold that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
That is all the questions I have for this witness at this time.
All right. Thank you.
You want this? Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes.
I've asked you questions before,
Yes.
and you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
Yes.
Before this case, had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
No.
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
No.
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
No.
Last year, you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
Yes.
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
No.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague.
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes.
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
No.
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
That's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the fact that you held this opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they could move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hoped that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they could move on. If if these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other, sub interests?
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians. And yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event?
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case and after you took the photograph from this case and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time. And it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated or volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I also I had retired from my full-time job and I had time and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that, but simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds. Is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and they pull. And
You don't have jars.
The subject that they're attacking or holding.
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between generally the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites.
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember, I asked you those questions a number of months ago? Trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have.
Seminars.
You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Of specifically dog bites? No.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever over your entire career to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
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 Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay. And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph and trying to make a determination based just on a photograph whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that there were dog bites.
Have you-
Yes, I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That was it.
Okay. So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time in your career where you were presented with a photo and asked to give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case?
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you have any experience in before this effort?
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites. Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right. My apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of
Because
my
I am.
unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So, Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who is qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am one of I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist,
Yes,
and you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be. There's probably. I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever? Well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because I've heard of her name at national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Wow. So you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well,
in terms of who the witnesses are.
somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this
she's
case,
shook, man.
did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested. in reading a report by Dr. Laposada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. Laposada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. Laposada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for it?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other persons' opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify him as a non-physician?
Because he's a
Because
non-physician.
I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
Medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an opinion on
Some-
dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog bites.
I'm doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come in and give an opinion about photographs and the genesis of the wounds?
Unlikely.
I'm going to allow it.
A
Why?
non-doctor, as you said, you've made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. But that person
Ooh, an
has all
uncertified
in
one.
your mind to be able to look at photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite.
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I'd prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because when I asked you, Your Honor, you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of
I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However,
You have to demonstrate
in
your
terms of a medical
expertise.
examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
That's correct.
That's everybody's experience.
That's correct.
then.
I can't think of a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion looking at photographs and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again,
When
please.
you volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met.
Yes.
And we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report.
Yes. And there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there's a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you were actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scorti-Bello's report for information.
Yes.
Because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you looked at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scorti-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a firsthand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scorti-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes, you did. You're such a
Did you
dick
rely
bag.
on her ability and firsthand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Well, did you know that Dr. Scotibello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I-
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without seeing it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scotibello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about.
Well, wait a minute.
Testimony.
Then where are you
Anything
getting
she's
that
ever said.
from?
Would you agree or accept her position that there
She's
was
not
no
allowed to
puncture
listen
or
to her
depth those
testimony.
wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the questions that were about an autopsy. Yeah. Sidebar.
Okay.
Sidebar. Finally, calling him on this bullshit. Asking questions about stuff that's from testimony that she's sequestered from hearing. Insanity. Wait. I was busy. I made an informational pamphlet on the age of consent in Texas. Is very important to know that it is 17. The chart right after that says it's 18. Don't listen to the chart. The chart doesn't matter. Right below it is obviously a man with a pizza casserole and nefarious intent. Age of consent is important. It's meant to protect young people from exploitation, abuse. Don't give it to minors. Don't give to minors. Oh. Oh my gosh. I can't take it. From Anonymous, do these stupid questions from Hank do anything other than turn the jury against them? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. We're not in the courtroom.
Wait some Aiton put Kurt and Keffels in the same category that's not. Wait age of consent, picking internet fights, micro-peen. It tracks.
Hey, there we are. Legal Vice's voice has been added to the roster. Good to hear it.
The holes in that shirt, for size comparison, is like throwing a hot down a hallway for Kurt's micro-peen.
That's up to 50 now. And before anybody asks or is concerned about it, I did talk specifically to Connor, and I asked permission to make his dad's voice. So just so you know, like I did check with that.
Your Honor, according to Webster's, Kurt means short and is considered rarely used and not elegant, and refers to something being physically shorter or cut down in length. Therefore, a micro-peen.
We've broken the 50 barrier. We're at 51. There's no way we get the 18 more though. Like that'd be a lot.
Your Honor, I would like to introduce Exhibit PPP, the art cycle written by Kurt Da, titled Micro-Peen and Pizza Casserole Distractions while attempting to pick up ladies. Do you believe that you are the only person in the United States specifically qualified by your experience in micro-peens?
I don't know of any others which have a collection micro-peens that I enlarge to poster size to make myself feel even smaller than I already am. So, yes, I'm a uniquely qualified expert in micro-peens.
Okay, that one's pretty good. Him going so hard gains this well-meaning lady over something so petty has got to look bad in the eyes of the jury. Yes? Makes him look like a bully? I don't get this tactic. Outside of hoping to get her to lose all sense and totally blow it all. But that seems a risky bet.
Yeah, text vet. It's a bad look. It was a bad look for Brennan there. You look like you're picking on an old lady who is very qualified. You sound ridiculous because she says, like, I'm one of the only people, if not the only person who's qualified to do this. It's wild. Oh, now to find the right moment to strike. I can't express how funny AI is because I can't draw anything and I can't like put together stuff, but I have ideas on what I would like. I'm just not good at creating them. But now I have enslaved technology to create the stuff that's in my head. It's perfect.
Since that lady cop is out of a job now, how much do you think it would cost for her to pee on my feet? Micropeen.
I don't know. But she better do the right thing and pee on your feet. I 100% support you in this. Did she get a license in dog bites? That class doesn't exist. Yeah, but did you take it? No, I guess. Oh. Ooh, here we go.
There once was a man from Austin who watched the trial from Boston, but Nick was mean. The man has a micropeen, and crying over jokes will cost him.
55 micropeens today. Thank you so much.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scortibello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well, would you agree if Dr. Scortibello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Cuck's mom, did you actually read that term? Because you're wrong.
On Mr. O'Keefe's
Specifically in regards to parody and comedy.
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell. Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual?
I just made a tweet.
wound?
If you guys want to check it out, if
Area
you're
wound?
into Twitter or
I don't
whatever.
believe so.
I think it's very important. People might enjoy. That's all.
When you first gave opinions, that was before the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right? I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes,
And before-
in
Please.
there was a hearing and then there was a proceeding.
That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
3 times.
3 times. Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge?
Yes.
Okay. When you first testified before the judge, do you remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we'd had a chance to talk over the last 2 events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
That's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9th, 2024. Does that ring a bell?
Yes.
When you wrote that report, you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization.
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
You know, if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments though, this sentence belongs, with this paragraph or whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It's my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True.
In terms of organization, yes.
Who was helping you with the report?
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No.
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
Yes.
as a physician?
Yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and, and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure about your opinion when you first testified about this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught never, nothing is 100%, and therefore never say, anything's 100%. So that's why I gave that that generalization. However, I have reviewed the case. I personally was certain that that was a dog, that those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read additional articles more than once, and which substantiate, again, my findings. So, so my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the evolution. I'm asking a question.
All right.
Yeah, but you had a comment.
Part is out. Ask the question, Mr. Blair.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions. So let's start at the beginning.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you
Object
with
again.
an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, they were the result of animal bites or scratches. That was what you originally opined, isn't it?
A dog is an animal.
Yes.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line of questioning?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so jurors, we're not going to finish this today in the next 5 minutes, so it seems like it's a good place to break. I do have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. Tomorrow is also a full day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much. Dr. Russell, you can again just follow.
Thank you.
Close it open, follow me.
Okay, thank you.
Can I see counsel while the jury's filing out, please?
We'll have to see what happens with this.
Doctor, are you familiar with the different physiology of Vulcans compared to humans? No. Then how do you expect this jury to trust you when it comes to a human?
If you need help remembering, Kurt, keep your micropene out of micro teens.
Let's see what do we got here.
Are you familiar with the claims Racket's chat has been making about your micropene?
Yes, but may I see the report to refresh my memory?
Well, it wasn't exactly in the report per se, but it was testified to.
Well, I can't see my micropene, but not to worry, there was no depth. So definitely no puncture.
No. Ew. Very gross. I like the Jeff voice. Someone else had complained about it, but I think it's pretty good. The Black Blade. No, we did hit 69 micropenes one time. I mean, 12 to go if we get there. I don't know if we're going to get there. This show should be ending pretty soon. Just waiting to make sure the court is actually done. Nothing gets, nothing else is there. Shadow Bear 2 says, I sure hope they get to the pig DNA and the possibility that it could be from a pig ear that you would buy for a dog. We'll have to see. Jeff voice is great. I think it's something he would have loved. Emmanuel Quinones says, nah, Jeff's voice could be better. Well, yeah, lots of them could be better. There's more control coming to the AI engine at some point soon. So like, because like I think Nate's voice is just like a hair too fast. I think if you slowed Nate's voice down 10%, it'd be really good. But right now it's a little too quick, you know? And there's something like the Jeff's voice where it's really close, but there's probably just a small tweak that can be made. Pretty disrespectful using the voice of a dead guy who can't request his takedown. I know, and I got permission from his son to do it, who is the executor of his estate and would then therefore have the control exclusively over the rights to his publicity and privacy. So fuck off. I actually got consent directly from the person who can give it.
I just wanted to hear Jeff again. And of course, Sean and Kurt are micropene queens.
Micropene queen. Dapple Darling says micro and peen censor. Wait, it sent YouTube tried to censor micropene? Vienticus Prime says, I solved the case. He was killed by having intercourse with a gay werewolf that turned out to be too much for him. You. My voice needs more rasp to be more accurate. Yeah, I'd have to go like pay attention to it more, I suppose. It all depends on where they took the where they took the original sample. Because if they took the original sample from before my arrest and stuff, my voice changed a lot during that time. I don't know exactly why. But I mean, a lot about me changed just in general, right? You go through a big event and you're different. So I just attribute it to that. Court is done for the day. We're just waiting for confirmation that there's nothing else that's going to be said. Mistress Meg says another micropene for the goal.
That puts us at 60. We're in striking distance here. I didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't think there was a chance. But we're in striking distance of 69 micropeens. Again, I still don't know. I am going to wrap up pretty soon here.
How did that Spice Girls song go? Oh, yeah. If you want to be my lover, you got to find my micropeen. Making it too easy, you can even be under 18.
No, you can't. No. God. What's wrong with you people? That's 61. Okay, I got to say, Dr. Mima here was a strong opener, but she's clearly gotten rattled by Hank on cross. And I do think that Hank is doing a good job of attacking her. Like, it's superficial attacks. The dumb one was like, have you ever taken this class? And she's like, it doesn't exist. He's like, yeah, but have you ever taken it? And like, she's rattled by that question. You can see her. You can see her. Oh my gosh. Here we go.
Objection, Your Honor. The defense is defending their client.
The objection is sustained. The defense has a micropenis.
That's how it's going, man. Bev is just, she's putting it down on him. Just for kicks, says micropene. That puts us at 63 micropenes. We've got,
Will I get free French fries if I get Dr. Fauci's micropene vaccine?
yes. If we didn't give you free French fries, what kind of country would we be?
This is Legal Vices speaking to you from the afterlife and giving my express consent to use my voice for super tips. Oh, and Kurt and Sean both have micropeens.
Oh, man. You know who did a way better cooking show than the pizza casserole show was Jeff, when he did a show on how to cook a steak. There's a good manly cooking video that knows all about how to cook a steak. I think he was reacting to one of Kurt's videos. Kurt's cooking videos are fantastic. Jonathan Devereaux says, so you're telling us you went through puberty last year? I think so. That's 66 micropeens. Wait, 67 for L flocking Lou. Member chat there says micropene. Hope that counts for 2. It does not. We are not in a communist Eastern Bloc country here. You get 1 micropene for your micropene.
Hey, Dad. Nick. Hey, does your micropene come out a little and bend sharply to the right?
Nope, not at all. It doesn't come out at all. It's like the groundhog on Groundhog's Day. Very scared of everything. Okay, so there we are. Just for kicks, says I really have nothing to say. Micropene. That's 69 micropenes. Guys, I want to thank you so much for this. I got a lot of people to talk to. Hold on. There's no audio, but there is court movement. So I'm seeing if they're looks like Bev is tossing it in and we will be done for the day. Mr. Rude Boy 2012, only one peen per post. That's mostly true. Mostly true. There is a way to get extra ones, but it involves having multiple chats and stuff like that.
Micropolis Pimbopolis.
I want to read that. I want to see that again.
Micropolis Pimbopolis.
That's 70. I mean, I'll keep ticking them up as we get there. We do have something to do. Elf says, micropeen, there that help? Yes, of course. 71. Oh, so over the weekend, guys, I got to do something which I greatly enjoy and haven't gotten to do for quite a while. Okay, the court just closed out. But I did get to go on Zia's show. If you are not familiar with Zia, she's a friend of mine. She's pretty funny. And we had a great show together. It's called Unqualified Experts, is the particular show that I did with her. And it's where she and a guest, answer questions that they're not qualified to answer from the internet. Now, what's funny is that her husband, Nick, his name is also Nick, he went and gathered the questions. And remember, these are questions you're not qualified to answer, and all of them were legal questions. So I think I got completely dominated by him, just subtly, like, oh yeah, this guy can't answer any of these. So I'm gonna call him an asshole for that. But a lovable one. Nope. To quote the great liar, my micropene is short, shriveled, and always to the left. There you go. Yes, correct. That's Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's micropenis.
Your Honor, the evidence will show that while the alleged micropene in question might be unable to satisfy a woman, the baldo faces no such challenge.
Objection. The lesser man is not worthy of the power of the baldo.
The lesser. I love the lesser man, Matthew Harris. Everything Matthew Harris said was funny.
14. Micropeens uncasseroled.
No. This is a micropene record so far. This is crazy. We're at 74 of these bad boys. Peachy Peaches, watching your reaction to Cat Cow was hilarious. It's like, I'm trying to just be respectful. Wait, so Palmyra Media says, I called it at the beginning. She is very smart witness, but it was very clear from the beginning she could not read a room whatsoever and seemed to be a people pleaser. One of ours did an interview with her a few years ago before the trial, and she is definitely a people pleaser, which makes her very dangerous. Who are you talking about, Palmyra? Are you talking about the old lady? All right, let's do a wrap up, I guess. And then when we hit 69 micropeens, there is something that does happen. So if you want to hang around for just a minute. Wrap up today, of course, as I was saying, the Dr. Meemaw came in, was very good on direct, but on cross exam did seem to get rattled by the brash and autistic approach from Hank Brennan. His line of questioning didn't make sense, but they were questions that she had trouble responding to. So they were well-crafted questions, even though they didn't ask anything important at all. Hopefully the jury was paying attention to what was being asked and how ludicrous it is to expect her to have attended a class that doesn't exist anywhere
on the planet, or the fact that she knew someone's name. It's like, yeah, but you heard it in this case. And she's like, I guess, and him going after that he's going after whatever he can. I don't think her credibility was actually rattled much, but she just came across a little rattly and uncertain, when in the beginning she was such a strong presence. But the defense got out of her the most important thing. This was a dog bite, like a definitive statement from an expert who is well credentialed. And I mean, obviously so. The fact that they attacked her ability to identify dog bites was a little bit silly after what we heard. But that's how they rolled. That's what they went with. And in the end, though, I think they did. I think the defense did okay today. Not as good as other days, to be honest, but I do think they did okay today. Alan Jackson looked really excited when Homegirl mentioned reporting to the FBI. Excuse me. Sorry. Having some like fun acid reflux right now. So, he looked like super happy when she reported, she said she reported the FBI. It seemed like he was going to go after that line of questioning and open the door to the ongoing federal investigation into the poor quality of the investigation that was done in Canton. So, but he didn't. And that was really frustrating that he didn't do that. They may have plans to bring it in later. They may need to talk to Bev specifically for permission to do that line of questioning, because it's currently been pushed, or it's currently been banned. They're not able to ask questions on it. But they had 2 witnesses today reference issues from that investigation. One of them being the text messages, which were authenticated by that guy, so that helps. And then, of course, the Chica, where it looks like she was pressured into changing her testimony. My voice changed due to widening of my throat from all that prison peen. Yeah, that's right. I slept with a cock in my mouth. At least I got some good sleep. Okay. I think I think this is it, right? I'm bread. It's been a minute. Well, it really hasn't been that long. We did one the other day, but I figure when we get to 69 micropeens, it is unbreaded time. It is time for the unbreaded. So let me pull it up real quick. Man, I want a chance someday to interview Matthew Harris, don't you?
I had to run errands on Saturday and was delayed by a city pride parade. The detour took 30 minutes and nearly caused multiple accidents. I thought about running the barricade on those grounds.
Grounds. Still one of my favorite people ever is that guy in the nurse scrubs, and he's walking, and there's a protest that's going across the crosswalk. And he just runs up to him. He's like, "You got to go to work. People got to go to work." And he grabs their stupid sign that they made, and he just rips it out of their hands and throws it over a fence. He's like, "People got to go to work. Get out of the street." Like, yeah. Somebody finally said it. Oh my gosh. Is he in jail or in a lockdown institution? He's in a state medical facility. They deemed him unfit to stand trial, but he'll probably spend the rest of his life in a state mental hospital in Colorado. Is there a link to the latest Higgins song? Yes, I'll post it in the chat right now. anyone who wants it. I am going to post these up somewhere. The Higgins songs that are out there. Kelly Jones, Jeff's voice is here to stay, so there will be ample opportunity for people to do it. Okay, so random number generator. Now remember, so there are 803 pages of the PDF, and I use the page number of the PDF, not the page number of the actual text. So 576 is the page number we got. If it's a Kill All Asians page, I may not do it. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect.
Kurt didn't like the idea of meeting women at AutoZone because all those auto parts make him self-conscious of his micropene.
It's 75. We're at 75 micropenes today. It's I'm surprised Camelot hasn't just been summoned from wherever he is automatically, like Beetlejuice or whatever. Okay, so here's the question, guys. Should I read this or should I have Matthew Harris read? Like, should I type in all these things and have Matthew Harris read them? Because I could do that if we wanted to. It'd take just a little bit of work, but not a ton. Well, let's do that. Give me just a second. We also do have more voices. Like I said, Jeff's was added today. There's some more voices coming in. There's some voices I've requested that they said not yet on, which makes me really sad. But I get it. I get it. Okay, let's see if we can do this. Should make one of you guys buy each line individual. I'm just kidding. That's Where's Borowski? I don't know if he's in the next batch or not. I hope so. I think he was great. Can we get Judge Chu? Oh God. I got to chamber these up, so give me a minute. Oh my. What? I didn't do that. The pain in the ass. What? No, none of this. Okay, almost got this chambered here. Some of these. Oh shit. I gotta add this one in here. I know this is absurd. I think next time what I'll do is like I'll load up a page maybe like in advance, and that way I'll have them all ready to go. And if we get to it, I'll just do that for the next unbreaded. I'm halfway through the page. Ah! We're halfway there. Wow. I'm actually really excited to sit back with you guys and watch the and just let Matthew Harris do the talking. No living Ottomans. Everything he says is a stitch. Especially all the genocide. That's hilarious. If he didn't have the see, this page is hard to do because here we go. This message does not. Oh, this message contains hate speech. No kidding. I overlooked that. I didn't think about that. Yeah, this part about killing everybody and without hesitation probably isn't going to fly. Let's see if I can just take that part out. This still contains hate speech. Okay, it's not going to work. I'm sorry. There's until I get AI. Once I get the AI tools that help me, because what I want to do is for specific voices, I wanted to be able to just take the filter off completely, and that would be like Matthew Harris's voice. But we'll have to see. I guess I'll just have to do it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to disappoint you like that. But let's see. My bad thinking I could just do this, the normal way. But I obviously cannot. All right. Here we go. No other voices matter. No other lives have value. No living Africans. The African is already dead. Their extinction will be finalized soon. Soon there will be no more of them left. No living Mongoloids. The yellow and red Mongoloid are already dead. Their extinction will be finalized soon. Soon there will be no more of them. Nightmares end. Horrendous extermination. The extermination is already underway. It will be the worst event and the final event of my enemies. No living Ottomans. Kill them all quickly and without hesitation. Kill all teams, frats, and clubs. They are much less formidable when they are not on a team. Kill the safety in numbers. Kill the safety in groups. Kill the safety in teams. When teams are unsafe, their power diminishes. Shoot then wherever they gather. No stadium shall be filled. No arena. No public gathering shall be safe. Bingers, aim for the basket as we run from base to base. Aim for the basket as best you can. We have 4 bases, and you can only count to 10. Gunshots instead of the buzzer. Shotguns instead of backboards. Bullets instead of an announcer. This has been Unbread. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the Daily Unbreaded. Well, it's not really daily at present, I guess, is it? But we'll see. More micropeens, more unbreaded. That's how it goes for now. We'll find something else too once something is sufficiently funny, I mean, it's automatic. Like there's no hesitation. I don't care about anything other than does this make me laugh? And Unbreaded always does. So, with that, I think it's about time to go. Wait. Boosh McFadden says, "Does Kurt play an instrument? I know he likes some music. His favorite is a minor, micropene." That puts us at 76. That's a micropene record. Very proud of you guys. We've done a lot today. We've accomplished much together in our journey. And with that, the journey must come to a close. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It's been really great. You made it really fun. Please hit the like button on the way out if you enjoyed the show. Really appreciate those likes. Subscribe if you got unsubscribed. Some people just have. It kind of works that way. YouTube just unsubscribes people after a while. New Age Rejects, welcome to Paralegal. I appreciate that. No, Dalton, yeah, I agree. I don't want anybody banned because of their opinion on Karen Reed at all. Like I said, the only real rule is no nasty stuff about my family. You can talk about me all you want. I don't care. But with that, guys, thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good day. I'll try and get that discussion of Turner versus Safely clipped out and put up, and then I'll try and get a recap video up today. But I do have a couple other things to do, so it all depends on what I'm able to find time for. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. If nothing else, I'll hopefully see you tomorrow for the trial, but maybe something a little bit sooner. Talk to you guys then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the thrug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better who have passed to make the love of